words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we are happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. What a weekend. How about them Longhorns, Zay? 27-17. The Longhorns take down the Aggies for the third straight time. And now Steve Sarkisian is out and about making the case for these Texas Longhorns to be a part of the 12-team college football playoff. And we are here to talk about it, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Can't complain. Thanksgiving was cool. A lot of food. You know how that goes. A lot of family. And, yeah, Longhorns got it done. 9-3. And now you just sit and wait and see what happens with the rest of the nation in these games over the weekend. But not looking good with what we saw this past Saturday, and teams that needed to lose got the dubs and then some.
Yeah, we didn't get chaos.
We didn't get the chaos, man. And shout out to Sark. He's doing everything he can, as he should. He is making the case, and I think a lot of things that he's saying is valid. And we know that this college football playoff system is flawed a lot. A lot of people have their own opinions. Like you said, Chip, we're going to get to all that today. But, yeah, man, I'm good, feeling great. How are you? How was everything, the weekend stuff? Your Mustangs. Yeah!
That was unbelievable. Let's just get that out of the way. We don't need to talk
the way, right?
That was awful. Like, beyond belief, awful. You're playing against a Cal team that has already fired its coach, which those are the hardest games to get your players to take seriously. Hello, Texas at Florida. But the thing is, they fall behind. They're playing like crap. Then they come back and take the lead. And then they blow it again. This was Wake Forest. Although Wake Forest tried to give that win to SMU, and SMU gave it back. I mean, Wake Forest fumbled going into the end zone, and you're like, oh, man. Bullet dodged. And then SMU goes 3 and out, and Wake Forest gets into field goal range, wins the game. And then it was a controversial touchdown. Did it cross the plane? This was like the Texas Vanderbilt game. But SMU played like crap. They don't deserve to be in the ACC championship game. It was embarrassing. That defense was terrible. It was all terrible. It was all terrible. And then,
No.
Now it's Duke. Duke in Virginia. Like, what?
If this was the basketball ACC championship, I'd be like, cool, this makes sense. Football? Really?
Right.
And Miami's going to be watching it, and most likely going to get in. Watching that? A 5-loss team play for the title? Like that, just that alone should disqualify Miami. I could care less about anything else. But the ACC is horrible. They shouldn't get an automatic bid. Anybody that's in the ACC shouldn't get in, because Miami, they should have ran away with the conference. No losses. That didn't happen. So we have a 5-loss team in Charlotte playing for the title, while Miami sits at home. Like, this benefits Mario Cristobal and them. They're chilling. Everybody's getting healthy. Everybody's getting rested. And they're going to go to Kyle Field and something like that and give A&M a battle. Or go to Eugene and give Oregon a battle.
You think Miami's getting in?
Yeah. Some tells me they're getting in.
Wow.
So, I think Vanderbilt's going to get in. I'd take Vanderbilt over them.
What about Texas?
I would love Texas in. I'm telling you what I think the committee's thinking. I think the committee, with the 3 losses that Texas has, they're not even going to put Texas in there, which is completely unfair. I don't agree with that. People might think I'm biased because I'm a Texas fan. Texas is definitely one of the best 12 teams in the nation for sure. Well, but we know the committee ain't looking at that.
Yeah, the committee, these committees, they don't apparently, well, let me put it this way. So remember when the rankings first debuted, it was right after Texas had beaten Vanderbilt. So Texas came in at number 11. Then the next week, Texas was on a bye, but a team lost ahead of them. They moved up to 10. This was 7-2 Texas. So the Florida game had already happened. You had Ohio State and Florida. It wasn't until a 14-10 game ballooned into a 35-10 loss that the committee dropped them from 10 to 16 and then 17 or wherever which made no sense to me. So you're going to drop them 7 spots for losing by 25 to the number 5 team in the country on the road, a game that was 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. Okay, well then, are you going to move them back up 7 for beating the number 3 team in the country? Because you punished them not for the Florida loss, but for the 25-point loss to Georgia. Are you going to now say, well, okay, look what they did. They went and beat the number 3 team undefeated. Let's move them all the way back. In fact, Notre Dame hadn't beaten anybody. Let's move them ahead of Notre Dame, because I think you're going to have to politic against Notre Dame because they're the 2-loss team that doesn't have their best win is USC. I mean, and what do you do with that? Because Texas has beaten 3 top 10 teams. They played 5, went 3-2. The committee, to me, was not acknowledging the Ohio State game, which I think they should. I think they should just pretend like that game was never played. And so you say, you know what? Texas is a 9-3 team, but we're not going to count the Ohio State game against them. They went on the road, played a top 2 team, lost by 7. So we're not even going to consider that game. So in our eyes, Texas is a 2-loss team, and they've beaten 3 top 10s. So now, the SEC, Greg Sankey's got to be careful here, because Greg Sankey came out, remember, at the spring meetings and said, we're not going to a 9-team league until I get assurances the committee is going to factor in the strength of these schedules and the opponents, that you're playing, so that an SEC team doesn't get unfairly punished for, say, having 3 losses like South Carolina was punished last year when they probably were playing some of the best football, in the country. They were probably playing on, the level of a team that deserved to be in the playoff, didn't get in. So you're going to have to politic against Notre Dame, even though Texas should have the head-to-head and should get in over OU. Texas looked good enough against Texas A&M offensively, defensively, special teams to say, okay, now that looks like a team playing like a top 10 team. OU is winning these games, and I'll give them credit. They're getting outgained. It's not pretty. LSU gave them a scare, just like my man Zay said they would. And but Sankey's going to have to pick his battles here, because he's got Vanderbilt on the edge. He's got Texas on the edge. Looks like OU's looking good. Ole Miss now, no coach.
No coach, man.
I mean,
You can't penalize the kids, right? Like all you
right.
folks
I
saying
agree
that
with
Texas
that.
should
I
be
agree
in
with
Ole
that.
Miss. Okay,
I agree with that.
y'all need to chill. Don't penalize
Right.
the kids because Lane is out here hoeing around, as my man from On 3 that's covering Ole Miss called them. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Like, don't penalize the kids.
Yeah,
The
don't
kids,
say
they
that.
deserve to play. But yeah, that's
Well, what do you think about that? And then we'll get to the game. We'll get to the Texas A&M game.
yeah, we got a lot to talk about for sure. Lane messy. We've all known that. Yeah, there's something about the grass isn't always greener on the other side.
Well, hold on a second. We'll get to Lane, but what do you think about who should be, like, Sankey should be politicking against who to get Texas in?
Oh, yeah. Like you said, Notre Dame. Notre
Yeah.
Dame for sure. BYU for sure. Like, if BYU loses to Tech, I ain't trying to hear nothing. I'm not trying to hear nothing. Look at their schedule. Big 12 whack too. Same with Utah.
Nobody. They played nobody.
Like that's just Utah don't make sense.
I mean, Oregon has played nobody, but they're 11-1 and they're Oregon, so they're getting in.
Yeah. So that's whatever. Let that thing ride. But yeah, it's Notre Dame and it's BYU and it's Miami too. Like, I get Miami as the head-to-head against Notre Dame. But again, Notre Dame, who have they played? And Miami, the fact that they aren't playing in the ACC championship but might make the college football playoff, that's a joke. That is a joke. And I don't understand how, because you're right. The committee, they looked at that Georgia game, and then that's when Texas dropped all them spots. So are they just going to keep going back and forth on reasons why Texas needs to be out? Like, oh, you should have lost to Florida. Wait, you should have lost to Ohio State. Like, because Sark's right. Cancel that game. Notre Dame upcoming years, Ohio State upcoming years, cancel it. Cool. Bring on Boston College. You know what I'm saying? Like, bring on all these scrub teams that are also in Power 4. And think how
bring on Cal and Maryland.
Yeah, I'm sure the 4-letter network and Disney would love that. And Fox, they would love that. Like, September, the anticipation for that Texas-Ohio State game. And look what Ohio State's been doing. It'd be different if Ohio State had a couple of losses or if games were close. They're boat racing everybody. And I'm not saying their schedule is tough, but from what they did against Texas to what they did against everybody else, it was a game. And people are going on and say, oh, Mississippi State, why did y'all beat them by worse? Why did you beat Kentucky by worse? Everybody's out here struggling in certain games. It is what it is. Sark's right again. 42 days away from DKR. That's a long-ass time. Like, you beat 3 top 10 teams, man. Like, and those top 3 teams are going to make it, most likely. Maybe Vanderbilt, they're kind of sitting on the rocks with the way Diego Pavia playing. He's about to go to New York. Mama about to get her a new dress. I'm ready for that. You know I'm ready for that shit. But in all seriousness, like, the fact that they've beaten all these teams that are playing for it and they might not get in themselves, that sucks. And that was a huge Debbie Downer on the post-game show. All these Texas fans were hyped there again after me. And I get it, y'all. I get it. I was a Debbie Downer. I will admit it. Could I have been more positive? Yeah. Will I take anything back? Absolutely not. I felt like my energy and attitude was appropriate because at the end of the day, you got A&M, you got Oklahoma, you got Tech, all in the college football playoffs, playing for a natty while you going to be at home watching them, even though you beat them. It's tough, man. That's tough. That's a hard pill to swallow. That's a hard pill to swallow. Longhorn fans, they're trying. Well, we beat A&M. We got y'all. OU fans talking mess. We beat OU. We got y'all. But, hey, there's a bigger prize at the end of the day. Like, as fun as it is winning Red River, as fun as it is winning Lone Star Showdown, you don't win national championships winning those games. So it's tough. It's tough because this team, man, Mookie Taff, his last game at DKR, Ethan Burke was incredible, man.
Oh,
the fact that it's his last game at DKR, just all these guys that aren't going to have a chance to play for a national championship that are definitely worthy, definitely busted their ass, definitely deserve to, but we all know in sports, sometimes it just doesn't work like that. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, man, I'm still a little salty. Now, if OU, A&M, and Tech all lose the college football playoff, oh man, that's some hate watching that I can't wait to do. That type of hate watching, Longhorn fans, we all go have our popcorn ready, because when those teams, if they get out, if they get got, which A&M, the way Mike Elko was in that presser, man, were you in there during that presser?
I wasn't in that press conference. I was at Sarkeesian's.
Oh, that's not how I want my coach. That's not how I want my coach. Look, Mike, okay, I get it. Big time game for the fans, for just everybody involved that represents Texas A&M. We know that's a big game. But like I said, big picture here. You're about to have a chance to play for a natty. You're about to host a game at Kyle Field. You're yelling at people closing the door, that the door's open. Show me you're unraveling without showing me you're unraveling, Mike. You got to keep things calm. And after that, I'm saying kudos to Texas. They played a good game. We didn't bring our A game. We got to get back to work because we got bigger fish to fry. Bam! That's what I would have said. Fans might have been tripping or stuff, but you got to keep that cool, Mike. Michael, you got to keep that cool. He couldn't. That's not good.
Marcel Reed saying their front played better than ours.
That's good. I'm good with that. I respect that. Challenge them, because Hero Canoe, I think he said the quote of the night. They were worried about us. We were worried about ourselves. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something along those lines. And he's right. Like, that's just what it was. Those guys, they were worried about Texas more than they were worried about handling their own business, which then leads to beating Texas. And back-to-back years, Marcel Reed, 0-2 versus the Burnt Orange. Like, it's tough. Has some big turnovers. Marcel Reed got, 4 turnovers in 2 games? It's tough, man. They got his number. And A&M fans say, oh, he tweaked his ankle. Can we go to grass? I ain't see a Texas player tweak his ankle at DKR all year long. And Marcel Reed with them lime-ass shoes he got on, them lemon shoes he had on, he tweaked his ankle. Like, it happens. But don't try to use that as a scapegoat, please.
Here's the bootleg audio of Hero Canoe.
Ourselves, we feel they worry about themselves and they're going to make the right calls, the right adjustments, but they can only care about what we did. And
damn, were you in the back? Were you? You sound like you were in the back holding up your recorder like this.
Oh, at that point, it's just a madhouse. They got players all over the room. It's like, Hero Canoe in the back, Burke on the other side. Hero Canoe said that he went up to shake a player's hand after the game and they wouldn't shake his hand. He said they couldn't even shake our hands. But he said, cowards do what cowards do.
Man.
So.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, it was hot. It was hot.
Who said that? What would make him say that?
Hero Canoe.
Hero Canoe. Why would you say that? What would he use those words specifically?
Because those were the words that Amraj Reed Adams or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah. We played the clip. Here at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah.
We played it. Yeah. Yeah, again, Mike Elko, that's on you, bro. Because that's Mike Elko. You could just tell, and it should be it's a personal game. It's a game that from both sides, the fan bases, they're going to remember forever, especially with the drought that we didn't have with this game being, or that we did have with this game being played, excuse me. But Mike Elko, man, for a team that made the college football playoff, he did not handle that well. And if I'm an A&M fan, I don't feel good at all about your chances to win a national championship with how everyone, like, guys not shaking hands, like Torrey and York, you could see him after the game. He was hurt. A&M linebacker, oh, he was hurt. And it's like, guys, like, y'all got to reel it back. And then, like I said on Friday after the game, A&M, they're going to look at what Ohio State did last year as the blueprint of what to do. Oh, Ohio State lost to Michigan in the big game, and they went on the run. But
well, here's and thanks to Corey for the super chat.
Appreciate it, Corey.
This gets to the point of what you were just talking about. Say, do you think A&M is going to have a UT problem like UT has a Georgia problem? Well, Texas has won 3 in a row. 2 of those have involved Mike Elko, one in each other's building. So, yeah, I think A&M fans are like, uh-oh, there's a trend going on here. Now, you know, it's 2 games, and you know, you gotta beat that team to shut them up. And this rivalry, and that's the thing I want to talk about. Thanks for the super chat, Corey. That atmosphere Friday night was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. It was a party for 3.5 hours. So good for the Texas fans. It was the 4th largest Texas crowd of all time. But it was electric from start to finish. You know, we got to pick and choose when we play the mariachi band.
What you mean?
I mean, the place was rocking. It was crazy in the 4th quarter. And then all of a sudden they slowed it all down and they had this little mariachi song, which it's cool because they're live. And it's cool that they have these live performances. It's really cool. But unless it's like totally fired up, like Gypsy Kings type mariachi music, you know, it brought it, you know, down to brought the energy down a little bit. It was beautiful music. It just was, it was kind of low key. Anyway, I could be completely the only person that was thinking that, but
so this is the 3rd to the 4th quarter.
No, it was like during a timeout.
Okay.
So it was, you know, they played the Walter Cronkite, you know, what happens here changes the world and all that super cool thing to start the 4th quarter. But I thought the atmosphere was great. I had several people tell me it was the best they've ever experienced. So
me too.
It was great atmosphere. And look, A&M was committing false starts and offsides, and they looked like Texas earlier in the year. You know, Texas only had 1 offensive penalty on the offensive line. It was a holding call on Connor Robertson. I still ended up with 7 penalties and a couple of brutal ones, like the call on Jelani McDonald on 3rd and 20, the face mask. That was, and again, Kwiatkowski, what are you doing? Dropping 8. Just play defense.
They would have got the stop if it wasn't for Jelani bad.
Yeah, but he's
tackling.
You drop 8, you give Marcel Reed enough room to run. If you just play a normal down of defense, he probably doesn't even get outside the pocket.
Oh.
It drives me insane. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I think it was great. And then, you know, Sark came out throwing. That wasn't working. Meanwhile, Contravian Wisner, this reminded me of the Georgia game, because Contravian Wisner's quietly averaging 6 yards a carry. And I'm like, you've got to put the ball in the hands of your big game hunter. That's what I said all last week. It's what I said the week before that, ever since the Georgia game, because it was like, you didn't give Quintravian Wisner a chance to show you what he could do in that Georgia game, because Sark got nervous. He bailed on the run at 14-3 down. His quote was, do you try to run it? What do you say? Run, pass, and then suddenly you're down 21-3. It was like, eek, don't say that. That tells me you don't trust your defense and you don't trust your running game. And then guess what? He came around to it. And bam! Holy Red Seas parting and 48-yard run on the first play of the second half. It was like, hallelujah. And Quintravian Wisner, the big game hunter, came through for you. 155 yards. I mean, running game average 6 yards a carry. Quintravian Wisner averaged 7.1. Everything opened up. Arch is getting loose. He rolls out of the pocket, hits Ryan Wingo on a 29-yarder. It was all, roses and gumdrops in that second half. It was like the OU game. Everything came together. 24-7. No wonder Elko was all pissed off in his post-game press conference. He's like, we were leading that game at halftime, weren't we? We were kind of in control of that game, weren't we?
Feeling good.
Feeling good. And I didn't hear, hey, offensive line. Hey, Ollie pop to the offensive line, especially to those tackles, because I didn't hear Cassius Howell's name except for that false start on 3rd and 8 in the second half. I know he had 3 tackles and a tackle for loss, but it wasn't like he established himself in that game, and neither did Concepcion or Craver. I mean, they had 5 catches for 50 yards. They didn't take over the game. Great job. I mean, you had Warren Roberson out there playing some sticky defense, because it seemed like every member of the secondary went out of the game for a minute. Malik Muhammad went out with 3:57 left in the first quarter. Jelani McDonald went out at one point in the first half. Grayson Littleton and Jelani McDonald were both in the locker room getting evaluated. Cade Phillips went out with a head injury. So you had Roberson and Kobe Black. Hey, Kobe Black, Ollie Pop to Kobe Black. That kid needed this game so big. I mean, he gave up, look, he had a tough game against Florida, lost confidence, lost playing time. He had another game at home where he gave up a big play, I think Vanderbilt. And bam, he had the hit of the night on Mario Craver. And he stepped right in front of Craver for that interception that's salted the game. And here's the thing about Marcel Reed. Marcel Reed is a killer on passes up to 5 yards. He hits those slants, and those receivers do all the work after that. When he has to push the ball down the field, he starts to make mistakes. And once they went down 2 scores, he started pushing the ball. He said so in his post-game press conference. Like, we're trying to push the ball down the field. He makes mistakes. And that's something he's got to get cleaned up, because we've seen that all year from him. All of his interceptions have been pretty much when he's been trying to push the ball down the field. So, excellent job all the way around. Offensive line, Quintravian Wisner was not a big game for the receivers, but they blocked well in the running game. Jack Endries sighting. Jack Endries, who walked for senior night.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, we had a few juniors walking. Jack Endries. It was Connor Robertson walked. He's got a year of eligibility. Hero Canoe walked. He's got a year of eligibility. And Jose asked about Anthony Hill not walking. I think Anthony Hill unless Texas gets into the playoff, I think Anthony Hill's probably played his last game in a Longhorn uniform. Because look, he's injured. And he wanted to get back, but the bone wasn't set enough. I know everyone's like, well, cast the hell out of it. Okay. Well, if you got a big time NFL future, you're not going to risk like refracturing that. Everyone's like, it's the pinky. It's this bone. It's not this. It's this bone right here. So you got to get that, situated. Otherwise you're going to have arthritis and all kinds of stuff going on. So, but how about Leonga Lafau? That was the best game as a Longhorn. He played great. 11 tackles. He's everywhere. He was where he was supposed to be. Like when they had to come up with the goods, they came up with the goods. Trey Moore to Anthony Smith in the second half. Yeah, it was, the special teams, Jack Bomeister. You kidding me? 7 punts. He averaged 48.7 yards per punt. Had 2 50-yarders, bunch of them downed inside the 10. Mason Shipley hits from 41 and 46. It was the game that Texas absolutely had to have for Sarkisian to be able to make any kind of argument for Texas. You beat the number 3 team, undefeated team, by double digits. Okay. Statement made. And then you got no help on Saturday. So that was, Auburn comes all the way back, ties it up.
It's 4th and 2, man.
Huh?
It's 4th and 2. Just get the stop. Couldn't do it. Just couldn't do it. Yeah. I, put my hands up a lot during, you going off there, which everything you said is true. And that's what's so frustrating. Like everything you named is what has been inconsistent this year, from Leonga Lafau to the run game with Contravian Wisner to Jack injuries. Like then it all comes together and you see the complementary football there. And you see what we wanted from this team all year long. But this coaching staff, it took till week 12 to figure it out. It took to the 12th game of the season to figure it out, which there's a saying better late than never. But now it's going to cost you a college football playoff opportunity, because for some reason you had a 3-man battle at one time for left guard with Nick Brooks, Connor Stroh, and Neto. And that ended up all being a waste of time because what worked at the end of the day, which it still wasn't great, but hey, I got to give credit where it's due. The interior offensive line, they had their best game this year too, as a whole. 3 guys, I'm thinking about Cole Hudson and Connor Robinson and DJ Campbell. Those guys were pulling. Those guys were moving. They were making
picking up blitzes.
Yeah, like there's the communication. It was night and day from what we saw just a month ago. And that's what's frustrating, man. That like, damn,
right.
As fun as Friday night was, it took y'all this long to finally find that groove and find that stride. And I remember during the offseason, leading up to the 2025 season, I said to Contravian Wisner, he has to be the best player on this team. He has to be the guy that makes this team go. And it's not his fault that he was hurt and this offensive line was irrelevant for a lot of the season. But you saw what happened for everybody when he got going. That pass to Ryan Wingo, that ball was in the air for like 15 seconds, but there was nobody in the vicinity of Ryan Wingo because they were worried about Arch's legs and they were worried about Contravian Wisner's legs. So just the team that we saw that was one-dimensional so much this year, one of Steve Sarkisian's worst running football teams to see them thrive and kill a really, really good defense. And yeah, A&M's schedule might be weak, but that defense, they've been solid all year long. They've been putting it 2 teams. They've been forcing teams into 3 and outs. Cassius Howe's been just mucking up everybody's offensive game plan. And none of those things happened Friday night, which is why the Horns, they controlled that whole game. And just timely plays. Like when it became 20-17 after Emmett's son scored, I'm sure all Longhorn fans are wondering, this ain't looking good. This ain't good time right now. And Cassius Howe, he gets the false start or jumps off sides. And now that 3rd and 8 turns into a 3rd and 3. Arch Manning takes that thing to the crib. Ball game right there after those, Mookie Taff and then Kobe Black interceptions, which, speaking of Kobe Black, look at Jalen Gilbo's snaps on Friday.
Yeah.
3 snaps.
Yep.
Jalen Gilbo, senior, supposed to be a huge part of this 2025 defense, leader, just all those things. 3 snaps. And he had a huge missed tackle too, which that was kind of like it. That was it. Like that missed tackle, it was like a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2. They give it to Ruben Owens. Ruben Owens jukes the hell out of my man, Jalen Gilbo. You can't play him no more. That was it. We gave you a chance, Jalen. We can't do it no more. We got to put these young bucks in. Warren Roberson held his own. Kobe Black had his best game, as you said, as a Longhorn. Cade Phillips, he's next up for their DBU 2026 and moving forward. And Jalen Gilbo, it didn't work out. That switch from star to outside corner, it didn't pay off. And you put that on Jalen Gilbo, cool, that makes sense. But a lot of that's on the coaches. Like, y'all thought that was a good idea. Cardell Tate, what was the score of that Ohio State game? 13-7. Cardell Tate, he's a good wide receiver and all, but that's a play that you look back and you're like, Texas isn't making the college football playoff. What key plays are the reasons why? Kobe Black's a part of that too with those Dallas Wilson plays against Florida. But yeah, man, just this coaching staff, it took too long. It took too long to figure things out, and that's unfortunate, and they're going to have to suffer the consequences of that. But, yeah, you beat your rivals, that's still a big deal. And once A&M and Oklahoma and, those teams, once they get kicked out of the college football playoff, I think Longhorn fans, including myself, will be able to relish those wins a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, this is going to put the committee up against it because I sent you a clip. I sent you a tweet on Twitter or in your Twitter direct message of Steve Sarkisian talking in August about the Ohio State game and if it could come back to haunt them with the college football playoff committee. And
you might want to send that again. I'll see it.
Okay. And I texted it to you as well.
Oh, okay. That's better.
So, and the comment is telling because I think this is exactly what Greg Sankey was talking about when he said, before we go to a 9-game conference schedule, I need assurances that the committee is going to take into consideration schedule strength metrics. And then the SEC voted to go to 9 games, giving us the impression that Greg Sankey got assurances that the College Football Playoff Committee was not going to punish teams who scheduled aggressively in the non-conference. And just in general, take into consideration, the week in, week out grind that is the SEC. I don't know if
it's loaded.
You have it. Okay. So, it's going to be interesting because everybody thinks that the ship has sailed. And if it has, what incentive is there ever to go play a meaningful non-conference game? If it's going to be held against you, especially with the SEC going to 9 league games. So I think this is going to be one of those moment in time decisions from the committee. And these people are probably hating the fact that they're on this committee at this point, because it is completely thankless. No one's ever happy.
No, I got it. The clip's ready.
Okay. I think it includes too.
Say what?
I think it includes the question to Sarkisian so that it will make sense.
Involved are you with CDC in scheduling these big time non-conference games like this? And do you believe, I guess, in the college football era that playing this type of game helps or hurts your case to make postseason?
Yeah, between CDC and his team, they go comb and they go find the right mixes and matches, because you may want to play a team, but it's got to fit their schedule and their timing, what their schedule looks like. And then in the end, when it comes to me, I get a chance to say yay or nay. Yeah, let's do it, or no, I don't love that. What are the other options? So it's a collaborative effort, but CDC really takes the lead on a lot of that stuff with his team and does a great job. Our schedules have been tremendous non-conference, and the future looks very bright to continue that. I think about the CFP, and as we've continued to evolve from 2 teams to 4 teams to 12 teams, and God knows where we're going to go next. My thought is almost that you get rewarded for playing these games, because I think you probably ask the majority of the coaches around the country, they're thinking, man, that's a really hard thing to do, is play that game week 1 on the road or at home, depending on the year. And so I think from a CFP standpoint, it's almost like, check mark the box for a positive, that they were willing to play the game. Maybe they won it, maybe they didn't, but surely they put themselves out there and were willing to do it, and I see so many people talk about like SEC scheduling and, not playing Power 4 teams. In this conference, it's real. Like, we're playing real teams. We all are, and on top of our own schedule, and on top of next year, we're going to 9 games. And so you're looking at a real schedule. And so the goal is to be rewarded for playing in these games. Obviously, you can reward yourself by winning. That's helpful. But I just don't think either us or Ohio State, for that matter, is going to get punished for playing in this game from a CFP standpoint.
Yeah. And the committee gave us the impression when Texas debuted at number 11, having lost to Florida, having lost to Ohio State, that they were not punishing. They were not even considering the Ohio State loss. And so how do you respond? You dropped Texas 7 spots after losing to Georgia. Do you raise them up 7 spots now that they've beaten a top 3 team, and then honor the head-to-head over OU? Because Texas should be in over Oklahoma. They should be in over Vanderbilt. They beat them.
Yeah.
And okay, OU played Michigan in the non-conference. That's good. Vanderbilt played nobody. I mean, nobody in the non-conference. So neither did Indiana. So it's, that's what Sark was getting to about, if some of these teams ahead of Texas had to play this schedule, what would their record be?
And you could argue the Swamp is the toughest place to play in the nation. That is a legitimate argument. I could care less. They're 3-9. There's going to be guys that are drafted that were on this Florida team. And the Swamp, like Sark says, how about them other teams go down to Gainesville and see what's up and see how they do, regardless of their record? Like, it's just, come on, man. Like, look at all the NFL players from the SEC in the league. It's easily the best conference. Let's stop doing this. Give everybody a trophy to make them feel included. ACC, whack. Big 12, whack. The bottom of the Big 10, whack. The bottom of the SEC still's got some dudes.
Oh, man.
Like LSU, think about where LSU was this year. And then Lane Kiffin just completely dropped his team in the toilet to go to Baton Rouge. And they were one of the worst teams in the conference. But we know why he did it. Because that job, there's an aura around that job. There's not many auras around programs. Texas has aura. Ohio State has aura. Bama, Georgia, LSU, aura.
Well, in Mississippi, there's Ole Miss and Mississippi State. In LSU, in Louisiana, there's just LSU.
Come on.
That's it. So you get all that talent. You should. And yeah, it's got all kinds of history and national titles and atmosphere.
Like it's a Tuesday, Saturday until is the kickoff. They tailgating. They eating gumbo on Tuesday outside the stadium. Wednesday, they got jambalaya. Thursday, they got etouffee. Friday, they roasting something. Who knows what? Mixed with a little bit of the moonshine. The whole week.
Oh, I had someone. I went to the LSU A&M game when Johnny Manziel was there playing for A&M. And this guy gave me some apple pie moonshine that was life-changing.
It didn't even taste like moonshine, did it?
Oh, I was like, can I have one more cup? I know I just walked up, but that is the best tasting alcoholic beverage I done ever had. Yeah, it was legit.
Yeah, I get it, man. It's different down there. So
all right. Well, let's get a couple more attaboys out from the game Friday night. Michael Taff.
Yeah.
Another interception against A&M. He said at SEC Media Days, the highlight of his career was the interception in last year's 17-7 win at Kyle Field. And so I said, okay, that was the highlight of your career. How do you describe this? He's like, and then he just told his whole story. He's like, to be one of those kids that used to come to these games trying to get an autograph, and then, to come here to play football when no one believed that I could do it, to have it end like this. I couldn't have written it any better. I was like, you go, Mookie Taff.
Nah, one thing that you got to admire about him, he is so vulnerable and real with the media and speaks from the heart. I think what stuck out to me in this presser was how he knew when he got back from the hand injury, he wasn't playing well and he was forcing it. And he said he really had to dig deep back into his faith again before the A&M game. And he said this was one of the toughest weeks leading up to the A&M game of his life. And he had to reconnect with his youth pastor. They took a walk. He basically just let everything out with him. And again, just kind of got re-energized with his faith and his beliefs that allows him to settle down and stay even keel because he knows his faith is everything. And he's just playing the kids' game. And as long as he has his faith, everything else will come into play. When those prior 2 weeks where he really struggled, like we saw him getting run over and missing assignments against Georgia, like that was not the Mookie Taff that we come to expect. So for him to say all that and then have the biggest game of the year, that rival game with A&M coming into town, and him come back and show us why he's that dude and why he was a former All-American. Like that's why you love Michael Taff. Things like that. And I can really appreciate him just always being vulnerable. Whatever he does next, I know he's going to test the waters in the NFL. I know one day he could be a terrific head coach if he chooses to do so, or no matter what he does, he's going to be successful just because what Josh just talked about aura. He has that aura, you dig? So I'm going to miss that dude, man. Like, it's just, they don't make Mookie Taffs very often,
Yeah.
And
he played really well. Huge. I said Texas needed to win the turnover battle because they were +10 going into this game. A&M was -5. It was the little dirty secret about A&M that they were, when they would get into some of their shootouts, it was because of turnovers. And sure enough, Texas wins the turnover battle 2-0 on the interceptions by Mookie Taff and Kobe Black, who played outstanding. And I see got a couple people rolling in. How about Ethan Burke? Yeah, we said at the top of the show, Ethan Burke. I said, was this your best game as a Longhorn? Because I absolutely thought it was. 9 tackles from the edge position, a blocked field goal. How about the undershirt grab of KC Concepcion on a punt return?
Huge.
I asked him about it. He goes, I've never made a tackle on the punt team. He's like, and all of a sudden I'm one-on-one with KC Concepcion. He's like, that guy juked me so bad, the only thing I could get my hands on was his undershirt. And he said, I held on for dear life. I mean, how strong are Ethan Burke's hands, by the way? This was KC Concepcion running, and Ethan Burke grabs that Under Armour and just whips him to the ground. So it was a touchdown saving play.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know why Sark's kicking to him, by the way. Yeah. Like, that was weird. Yeah. Like, let's not kick to that guy because he could have changed the game right then. Thank goodness 91 was just locked in. But, whew.
Well, and then 91 and Leonga Lafau get that 3rd and 1 stop. And that leads to the 4th and 1, and then it's a false start. It's 4th and 6. They punt. So that was a huge stop on 3rd and 1. So yeah, Burke, I loved it. I go, was this your best game as long as he's like, I don't know, man. I've had some pretty good games. He had that pick 6 against UTSA. He had some, he had the big 4th and goal stop against A&M a year ago. I mean, he's had some big moments. So I love that. I love that he is like, I don't know, man. I got some good games on my resume. But he was so funny. I mean, talking about that. He goes, he should have tucked in his shirt.
That dude, man, like, again, he wasn't even supposed to be at Texas. You know the story. We know the story. Like, he's supposed to be in Ann Arbor. And Hardball loved him. He got that call from Texas and didn't look back. And it's weird because even though he had a really good career at Texas, I still think he's underrated.
Yeah, because he lost his starting job last year to Trey Moore. Like he was ascending. He started 9 games,
which doesn't make any sense. Why would that? Because I'm not going to say that. I can't say that about Trey Moore. Like, I can't say he was underrated. If anything, I could say he might have been a little overrated with how he was played and just how he would have some games where he'd be invisible. And then you'd be like, oh, there's Big Ocho. I'm sorry, Coach 420, but you know it and I know it. Like, Trey Moore, we thought coming from UTSA these 2 years with the money that we heard he was getting, which I think is a big reason why he started over Ethan Burke. I don't know. I'm speculating. I have no idea. But if you ask me and most Longhorn fans, who would you rather have playing more snaps, Ethan Burke or Trey Moore? I feel like the majority will go with Ethan Burke.
Yeah, because he was so good against the run. He's been so good against the run. He's an edge setter. He was the highest rated run defender returning this year from last year's team, higher than Anthony Hill. So Burke has always done what he's supposed to do. Handle the run, rush, stop the run on the way to the passer. If you see him, he uses that long arm, rush where he just literally, pushes guys backward into the quarterback so that he maintains his gap. Doesn't take a wild loop outside and leave a big old hole for people to come crashing through. And yeah, I think his best football's ahead of him. So he needs to go. He'll probably, be a 4th round pick or something.
Steal. Because he'll get better and better and better. He's got a chance if he gets in with the right team. Jack, come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Come on, bro. I like Trey more too. He's a sweet boy. But come on, fam. Come on.
Yeah, and look, Trey Moore made some big plays down the stretch last year. He made some big plays this year. Not as many, but he was playing linebacker. Look, he's a good player. He had I think he had a good play in this game. So, but Ethan Burke, yeah.
I don't know what and the Uncle of Foul, it's crazy because with Ant Hill on the field, you're supposed to be better with all the attention he gets. He don't play, and you have your best game as a Longhorn. Like, kudos to you for stepping up and knowing that you had to make up for what you lost with All-American Buckus Award finalist Ant Hill. But damn, can you play this way with Ant Hill so y'all could be the best 2 linebackers in the nation together? I continue to say it. That was the most frustrating win ever. Just for me personally, watching that is just God, damn it, y'all look so good. Why now? Y'all couldn't run the ball for nothing all year long. Arch Manning getting blown up. Cassius Howe should have had a field day. All he did was cost his team. Should have had a field day, but they had something for him. Trevor Gooseby, which I expect him to come back. I don't think he wasn't a part of senior night, was he?
No.
Good. That's good. Yeah, little bro coming in. That's going to be fun. Y'all get a crib together. I don't know if they'll let him do that, but I'm sure Sean Miller and Steve Sarkisian can work something out. Find a little crib down there on campus. Sure,
yeah.
The
contract proposals are going out today to the players, so they're gonna have what they need to talk to their agents about what they'd be getting coming back to Texas versus what could be out there for them in the NFL. And I don't think Trevor Gooseby is like Cam Williams. Cam Williams, and there's nothing wrong with this. He didn't like school.
There's something wrong with that. You're at UT. What do you mean?
Right. And you got proctors. You got people who can, tutors.
Yeah, you remember we were going to find him the program Halle Berry when she was tutoring Omar Epps. You can find that. Make something worth getting out of bed for.
But Trevor's, he's great with school. And, so we'll see, man.
I'm glad. Again, I don't think his brother, I really think Austin Gooseby, his brother that's coming in to play basketball. I think that it came down to Austin asking, yo, bro, you're coming back, right? And Trevor on the low being like, yes, bro, I will be on campus.
Because you think Austin is a one and done, right?
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
But I know that Gooseby has like a year left, and this would be their only year on campus. And obviously, Austin Gooseby has visited his brother multiple times. Like, why wouldn't he? So he was able to see the campus even without going on his official visits and stuff. So, yeah, I think Austin Gooseby's good, but if he's a one and done, then which he could be, but as of right now, I don't think so.
He's no Ron Holland.
No, Ron Holland.
Let's see here. We got some comments. Had Ethan Burke not been rushed onto the field as a true freshman, been allowed to add proper strength, muscle, good productive weight, rather than play for a bad Texas team, his career at Texas would have been significantly better. Okay, it's an interesting take.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if rushed is the word, but man, he earned those minutes. Just clearly, sometimes when you're a freshman, you got your learning mistakes, and every freshman goes through it. I think he dealt with that. I'm very curious to see what Colton Vasek does. He was another guy that I was expecting more this year, and we didn't see that. I don't know if it was injury related. I don't know if it.
He had some injuries earlier in his career, and now you've got, Lance Jackson, who they clearly are building the franchise around, and they should.
Yeah,
you should have Colton Vasek getting a lot of snaps next year if he's who we think he is, and I think he is. Alan Clark, coach him up. You got Colin Simmons and Brad Spence on the other side. As long as Brad Spence comes back, because that dude's got some serious upside.
The way my man Ruben Owens blocked the hell out of him on that jet sweep to Casey Concepcion, I hope he's good right now. Like, I hope he ain't in concussion protocol or nothing, because that was rough.
That was wow.
Yeah, it was. And it happens to everybody. Everyone gets ran over once or twice in their life, even the great ones. Ray Lewis, the ones that came before us, for sure. But
okay, now this is a hot take. Jose says, do they have to offer new contracts? No, they don't. I think they need to let CJ Baxter go. Almost killed momentum playing versus A&M. So what about a full off season and come in the best shape of your life? Because that hamstring injury early in the year, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about CJ Baxter, because I've always had a little angst about him because he was a gap scheme runner in high school, didn't really run much zone scheme at all. And he doesn't press the line on those zone runs like Wisner does. Wisner, gets right there behind the line, and as soon as he sees that crease, he cuts and goes. And Baxter was a little indecisive this year, and obviously they were having horrible issues on the offensive line. So this isn't all on, there was blame to go around. The coaches could have played Cole Hudson at left guard against Florida. Ethan Burke could have played more than 13 snaps against Florida.
Yeah, that's when he was hurt.
He had a little stress fracture.
Yeah.
But I don't, look, this is the business now. Texas has to decide, what are we willing to pay? What are we willing to pay? Here's what we're willing to pay. Because they came down from what they were paying Trey Moore, his first year, and said, if you want to go, go. But here's what we can pay you. And he's like, I'll play linebacker. I'll do whatever. Okay.
Good for him. Good.
Yep.
I respect that.
And Manny Muhammad had a big offer from Oregon, and Texas came up with a way to keep him. That was big. So they got to do all this, and these guys got to know so that they can be in the plans or make their move to their next school. Like Neto Umazulu walking as a redshirt junior, like he's going to go try and figure it out somewhere else. And that's understandable.
He's already in the portal?
No, but he walked on senior night.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So, I think he's telling us, hey, I'm going to go give it a shot somewhere else. I hope Endries is, they'll talk to Endries. They'll figure out what they want to do. And they may, I don't know. They may look at Nick Townsend and
Nick Townsend got upside, boy.
Jordan Washington. I know I wanted to see more Amari Winston. That dude don't drop passes. I'm just telling you. And Naaman's asking, they are absolutely planning on Tyler Atkinson starting next year.
What?
Oh, yeah. This guy's Anthony Hill. Like, they absolutely expect – I mean, he's going to play. Okay, maybe he's –
Yeah, hey, Hill didn't start, but –
No, maybe he's situational, but he's going to play. He's going to play every game. He's going to play every game. And Derek Johnson said his football IQ is so high that he may be able to digest what he needs to digest. Anthony Hill's so gifted as a pass rusher. Texas was like, okay, he's going to be a third down pass rusher for us. And immediately made plays. 2 third down sacks against Alabama.
When signing day? It's this week, right?
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. You just want him to sign. That's it. Because I know Kirby's punk ass hitting them up right now as we speak. You sure, fam? You know what? I wouldn't put it past them that Kirby didn't drive his ass to the high school just to ask him if he's sure on its own. You sure? Just make sure. I just stopped by unannounced. Just pop up. Hey, they go call him on the intercom, whatever they call him. Hey, Tyler, come to the office, please. Kirby Smart gonna be sitting in the chair, his legs crossed, looking like this, chilling, like, what's up, Tyler? I just want to make sure you're making the right decision, son. You saw what we did to Sark. They're going to be at home watching us playing the SEC championship. So I'm just crossing my fingers, naming that these dudes all signed on that dotted line so they could get here on the 40. CB, I've been hearing the same about Jermaine Bishop. A lot of people say he's going to be a day one starter. I can't. The way that Chris Jackson and Sark did, Jamie French, Kalik Lockett, Dalen McCutcheon, them boys, Michael Terry, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
They were dropping balls in training camp. I mean, that's why Dalen McCutcheon got the most PT.
Damn, training camp a long time ago. What about practice? Can I get a chance to redeem myself, Coach?
What? I mean, who would you take out?
Nobody. But I don't know. I haven't seen those guys. So that's it. I don't know. Maybe if I see them in the game, I could give you an answer, but they don't even get a chance. So
I really want to see Lockett because he is super explosive. He's long. French, I've heard, is like a lot of bravado and needs to make sure he's bringing that ball in.
Those freshmen turn into sophomores, which they're going to be freshmen again because they redshirted and they weren't playing. I don't know their special team reps, but I'm pretty sure all those freshmen, Terry, Lockett, McCutcheon, French, all those guys are going to be freshmen and have 4 more years left of eligibility. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do because the receivers, they all need to come back. DeAndre Moore too. They all need to come back. Emmett Mosley, I thought he was the most consistent. He just doesn't have the numbers because he missed those games. We know Ryan Wingo needs to get better with everything. Parker Livingston, he's headed the right direction. He just needs to get stronger. There were times where guys just overpowered him, even though the ball was in his hands. He's just, he's still a redshirt freshman, so he'll get better too. And going back to the CJ Baxter thing, Chip, the guy has 2 more years left. Like, he's medical red shirt.
Right.
His ACL.
Right. He can get better. He's got great hands. Great hands.
So we all know when it comes to surgically repair knees like that, the first year is always that, okay, let's kind of slowly get him acclimated back into the rhythm. And it never really clicks. And obviously this offense wasn't helping him either. Next year, we should see a way different CJ Baxter because he'll be a full year healed, comfortable, the whole 9. And hopefully this offensive line's better too. Hopefully they go into the portal and figure that out because DJ Campbell's gone, Cole Hudson's gone. So they got a lot to figure out, man. But yeah, I'm very interested to see what those freshman wide receivers in that 2025 class, what they're going to do, because these wide receiver group, if they all come back, there's your 4 guys again in that rotation that we know Sark doesn't really rotate much on.
Right. Right. And that happens. I mean, Jarrett Gibson, talented. He's going to end up somewhere, and he's going to probably be an impact guy, but he was behind Contravian Wisner and CJ Baxter. And so, fresh start.
Yeah. To the point of CJ Baxter just not really producing. Like, if you're Jarrett Gibson, you're looking at that like, damn, I can do better than this. Like, what is he doing for y'all that I can't? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is he getting opportunities and I'm not? Because the opportunities that he's getting, he ain't really doing nothing with them. And he's hurt all the time. So Jarrett Gibson, I can't be mad at him leaving early, even though I would want guys to stay for the whole ride, but I get it.
Yeah, CJ Baxter this year. 196 yards rushing, 3.6 yards per carry, no touchdowns. Receiving, he had 12 catches, 41 yards, and a touchdown.
It's tough.
So, yeah, I mean, look, this is the worst rushing performance by a Texas team since 1944. So this is something, like if we're going to really dive into the nitty gritty about why Texas probably is not going to make the college football playoff, this is one of the reasons. Sark always has 1,000-yard rusher. That's over. And they couldn't figure out the offensive line. They had the hamstring injuries early. It was a mess. It was a mess, and they still scraped through it and won 3 games against top 10 competitions. So, and guess who was involved to a high degree? Contravian Wisner. Should have kept trusting him in the Georgia game. That offensive line was getting it done. First drive, averaging 6 yards a carry, and then poof, we're throwing it. And I mean, in the first half against A&M, Arch is 8 of 21.
He was struggling.
I mean, A&M, they had that stuff bottled up, and kudos to Sark and Kyle Flood for realizing, hey, and I wonder if Wisner doesn't run for 48 yards on the first play of the second half, do they stick with it? Because Sark loves the explosive run, loves the explosive play. And remember, Wisner on his 7th carry against OU broke the 37-yard run. And then Sark's like, okay, let's keep this going. And then, it's a 16-yard run, then a 17-yard run. And then that 30-yard run to ice the game. So Wisner, good for him, man. That dude's been patient. He's waited. He's been a good team guy. He's not complained. People have been, hey, man, I was the one asking him at Georgia. The way you were running, did you think you were going to get to keep running? Because averaging 6 yards a carry. So,
yeah. Yo, when he gets his opportunities, he's one of the best running backs in the nation. That's why it was shocking just to know that they couldn't run the ball, or the Sark just didn't believe in it enough, even with all just the struggles that this run game had. You still got a guy that can create, even with a bad run game at times. You just got to give him those opportunities and at least try to be two-dimensional, at least try to mix it up to give your offense some type of creativity, because it wasn't creative at times this year because they were so easy to guard. And I think Sark made them easy to guard by just giving up on it. So, man, like, I'm glad Contrarian Wisner went off. I'm sure he was looking at this beginning of the season like, hey, this is it. This is my last year at Texas, about to have my contract year, go off to the NFL and change my family's life. And he can still do that, but I'm sure he's not going to get the attention that he deserves, because they're going to look at his production and see that it wasn't there.
David Keith says Baxter may have the size Texas needs in a running back, but he is not physical. I hope Derek Cooper develops into the Deontay Foreman type of big, physical, fast running back Texas truly needs. Yeah. Deontay Foreman's one of the best stories in recent Texas football history, because he was a throw-in because of his brother, Armani, the wide receiver. And Major Applewhite was recruiting Deontay Foreman, and Major was trying to convince Mac Brown, this guy can play. We're not just taking him to get Armani. And so Mac goes, well, can he run a 4.4? And Major calls Deontay and is like, can you run a 4.4? And Deontay's like, yeah. He's like, okay, I need you to come to this camp and I need you to run a 4.4. Because if you do, you're getting a scholarship. And he came to that camp and he ran a 4.4 and he got a scholarship and became a 2,000-yard back in 2016. Won the, Doak Walker Award. So, and Armani, he didn't have the grit that Deontay had. And Deontay, hung around in the league.
Yeah. So,
yeah, you gotta have guys with that hunger, man. You gotta have those dogs, those hungry dogs.
Hey, don't sleep on my white boy from Georgetown, Jet Walker. Don't sleep on my man.
Who?
Jet Walker, the Georgetown running back, white boy. Next, Christian McCaffrey.
Where he going?
Last week, 3-star Texas.
Oh,
6'2",
my bad.
215, baby. Georgetown, Texas. The Eagles. Go! Eagles, baby. Yeah.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
3-star. It's a
3-star.
That's what I'm talking about. Development, Chad Scott. Which, Chad Scott, you've been under the radar, bro. I can't let you do that. We got to bring your name up. You a part of this, bro. This is what you wanted. when you took the gig, this is what you wanted. The first year you're in, and this is the worst running team since 1940 something. That's not a good look.
That's not a good look.
That's not a good look. So, Chad Scott,
Hey,
man, we got to figure some things out, baby.
let me tell you what is a good look. How about Human and the incredible supplements that Human has for you? And I'm telling you right now, I used to collect supplements. My wife always jokes that, you're a collector of supplements. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just looking for the right fit. And sure enough, I found them right here. Human cardiovascular, human metabolic, and human cholesterol. You take these three every day with my Super Beats Heart Chews, making sure that your blood pressure is good, and you are going to feel like $1 million. I'm also all about the turmeric chews because they are anti-inflammatory. I'm still out there trying to, play tournament tennis. So I'm all about the anti-inflammation. But here's what you love about Human. First of all, Human with 2 N's. Their unique scientific-based formulas were born from research right here at Texas, University of Texas Health Science Center. Human is to Texas what Gatorade is to Florida. You know what I mean? I take the Human Super Beats powder, like all the athletes at Texas, about 30 minutes before I go work out. And here's the beautiful thing. You're going to feel that support. You're going to feel your heart health, your cardiovascular health, your blood sugar levels, like your cholesterol levels. Everything that Human is about the stuff that you need to be about as you get older. And that's why I love it, because it's all science-based and it's all about the stuff that can get you if you don't take care of yourself now. So go to humanwith2ns.com/TSU and order up the human cholesterol, the human metabolic, and the human cardiovascular. You want to take these three together. And then the Super Beats Heart Chews and the turmeric chews, and load up because there's no risk. You got a 90-day money-back guarantee. And if you go to humanwith2ns/TSU, use the promo code TSU, you are going to get 20% off your first order. So load up because, like I said, get the 90-day money-back guarantee, and you need to take all those together so that you feel the way I feel. I feel great. And the brain fog is gone. It's a whole new day. And hey, it's Monday. So guess what? It's all night happy hour cover 3. That's right. You want to watch some Monday Night Football, Giants, Patriots, or just hang out with your friends? It's getting a little chilly, a little rainy. Head inside, warm up, hang out with your friends, and kick it at Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Go get that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich that you've heard me talk about. I get it with the au jus and the horseradish. And those Parmesan fries, oh my goodness. You're getting all night happy hour tonight at Cover 3 Round Rock, Cover 3 Anderson. Go get it on. All right, Zay. We got a ton of stuff from the college football world.
Yeah, so the reason, if Alabama loses in the SEC championship game, a lot of people are going to say their 3 losses, they should be in over Texas. Both teams have 3 losses. Alabama actually beat Georgia, even if they lose to Georgia again this weekend at the Benz. But Alabama's worst loss against Florida State, Texas' worst loss against Florida, matched up this past weekend, and Florida beat the brakes off of Florida State. So I would argue that In Alabama, when Texas is playing good football, now if Alabama beats Georgia, everything I'm saying here is irrelevant. But if they lose, Alabama is playing horrible football right now. They're not playing well. Like what happened against Oklahoma, and Texas beat Oklahoma, by the way, on a neutral site where Alabama lost to Oklahoma in Tuscaloosa. So I think Texas has an argument over Bama if they lose on Saturday. I really do. Like, I get Alabama has ranked wins and stuff, but I mean, there's just so much to dissect here. But yeah, I just think that there's certain things on this schedule that clearly favor Texas over Bama right now, and a lot of people aren't going to like, and hey, it is what it is. That's what makes it fun. But yeah, they're in the SEC championship game. They better win, or they're going to get caught up in all this craziness too.
Yeah, I mean, look at Alabama's non-conference. Florida State, whose athletic director had to put out a statement saying, we're bringing back Mike Norvell. Louisiana Monroe and Wisconsin. And they lost to Florida State. Now, they squeaked by all their competition, just like Texas. They scratched out a 27-24 win over Missouri. Remember they went to South Carolina and played a close game with South Carolina. They pulled away from LSU. But that game had Jordan Hare, man. If they could have stopped him on 4th and 2, good heavens. We could have had craziness.
Well, Auburn had their 3rd string quarterback playing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Which that Ashton Daniels, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He was doing some stuff. I can't even lie. He was doing some stuff. So kudos to him. But yeah, like there's a reason why Alex Golish is there now. So yeah, that's true. That wasn't good, Rob.
Well, I mean, they won by 17, but yeah, it was ugly. How about Oski Sooner? Come on.
Appreciate it, Oski Sooner.
Congrats on the huge win.
It's petty, man. It's petty. But hey, John Mateer. Somebody better check on John Mateer. That defense is good. Yeah. I don't know how Steve Sarkisian and those boys put up 23 on that defense. Thank goodness for Ryan Niblett. But that defense, they are so stingy. And, Michael Van Buren, it's not like he's great or anything. Like, you're playing against LSU's backup. I know LSU has a lot of future draft picks on their team, but still, that defense, how they made Ty Simpson look when they went in and kneeling, playing against Tennessee. Like, you got to give Oklahoma credit. I did not think after that Texas game they would thrive the way they did. And somehow, here we are, especially with the way John Mateer's playing. Like, he has not been good.
No.
I don't know if it's still the arm, but LSU, they were picking his ass apart. If it wasn't for that bust that led to the Isaiah Satania touchdown, then the Tigers win that game. But, yeah, somehow communication got lost. And, yeah. But OU, they're dancing. I'm interested to see what their matchup's going to be because I don't really care who it is. I'm not picking OU to win that first game. I can't. Right. That offense, I can't trust it. Like, how long can your defense do this?
They cannot run the ball.
At all.
At all. Neither can Alabama. But, that's where, again, Texas answered every question in that A&M game. They ran the ball. Arch got it going in the second half, 6 of 8, 128 yards, the touchdown to Wingo, the 35-yard touchdown run. So in the last 5 games, Arch has accounted for 16 touchdowns and 2 turnovers, and one of those interceptions went right through the hands of Parker Livingston at Mississippi State. Not that anyone cares. But he's taking care of the football. And he's playing with confidence. pocket awareness. That throw to Wingo where he's just coming up on the line of scrimmage and he kind of has to make that off balance throw. He said he thought he overthrew him after the game. And Wingo went up and made a wide receiver one catch.
Best catch of the year for him.
Best catch of the year for him after dropping another screen. But yeah, great awareness from Arch. He had a similar situation like that where he threw it and missed and he knew he should have run it. That one, Wingo was so wide open. Good for Manning to have his eyes downfield to see that because there's nothing but green grass and he still located Wingo. Like when he let go of the ball, you're like, what are you doing? Then all of a sudden you see Wingo all by himself in the end zone. Yeah,
Wingo was going to his right, or he had to jump back. That was a ridiculous catch.
Yeah,
that was he was wide open. Arch it wasn't the most accurate throw, but sometimes your receivers got to make a big play, and Ryan Wingo finally did. It's going to be a huge offseason for him because it's coming in this contract year. He has all the tools, but just the fundamentals, the little things that –
Who, Wingo or Arch?
Ryan Wingo. Like the little things, especially just get off. That's
route separation. Go watch Ladd McConkey run or Hunter Renfro.
The white boys.
Monte Apple. Hey, those guys got to work even harder.
Exactly. That's why I'm glad you said them.
Because you see Hunter Renfro, he will dip so low that, he's going to make you fall. He gets so low in his break. And that's what Ryan Wingo needs to do, man. You need to get down and dirty. You need to make people look silly. You don't get enough separation. All of them do. Parker, too. Parker's got to get better separation. Mosley probably has the best separation at the top of a route right now. DeAndre Moore, too. But, yeah, man. I mean, yeah, there's a lot that needs a lot of grit needs to go into this team in the offseason.
Yeah.
I think they've got comfortable. They went to the playoff. They almost got it. They're probably thinking, oh, yeah, we'll punch it in. We'll get in. No, you need to get dirty. You need to get gritty. And you need to, Casey Studdard said it best. He said, when they showed up in 2002, and he's like, I'm watching Roy Williams and Cedric Benson, going at each other every day in the locker room over their Odessa Midland thing. He's like, man, we got to get this locker room together.
Wait, hold up. Time out. What?
Yeah. Like some of those guys who never scored a touchdown against OU. I mean, Cedric did, but no receivers did.
No. Roy
Williams never did. BJ Johnson never did. Sloan Thomas never did. It's like, he's like, they weren't together like they should have been. And
fighting over Midland Lee and Odessa is crazy.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, that's classic West Texas rivalry, but.
Well, and it kind of created this little thing between Cedric and the receivers because, of course, BJ and Sloan are going to, come to Roy's defense. And at one point they were yelling at each other on the field in the Holiday Bowl. It was embarrassing. Getting after each other is like, and so,
jeez,
then those,
wow.
Yeah, then all those guys in that 2002 class, the greatest recruiting class in Texas history, because it had Vince Young. They came in and, they had great chemistry. They totally bonded. They had, all the magic, the players policing the players coaching the players. That's what I'm looking at right now. Like, who are those guys going to be? Because you had great leadership, and then you had it again in that 2008 group with Quan Cosby, Jordan Shipley, Colt, Roy Miller, dudes. I mean, Roy he was a freshman on the 2005 team and a senior on the 2008 team. but you had guys that were just selfless, all about the team. Franco Cam, and then freaking Sergio Kindle and Earl Thomas and Aaron Williams. I mean, man, they had dudes. That defense. That's the reason Texas could have won that game against Alabama was that defense. And I know they gave up booty, running the football and Mark Ingram, and they had 200-yard rushers in that game, but still it was, that defense was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
It was a 3-point game with 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Just saying.
Come on, man.
What?
We ain't making the playoffs and you talking about that?
That's what I'm looking for from this team like next year. It takes something special to win a national championship. Like, are you bonded? Are y'all tight? Are y'all – because I thought that defense was going into the year. They had so much depth up front. You were too deep at end. You were too deep at tackle. All 5 of those DTs they brought in played. I mean, not Levon Johnson very much, but, Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard, Murad Watson, Alex January. Those were the 4 hero Canoe. So they hit gold at defensive tackle in the portal. And then, you thought at corner and safety, linebacker, you thought that defense was going to be, and they were for 7 games. They were getting up 11 points per game. And then, injuries, whatever, guys trying to do too much. But Friday night against A&M,
all came together.
All came back together.
I know. My man Mookie Taff had to get baptized again.
Hey,
that's the way he was.
The Lord said, "You shall be rewarded, Mookie Taff, with this interception right here."
Yo, Marcel threw it right to him. That might have been the easiest interception Mookie Taff's ever had.
And kudos to Justice Terry for getting the pressure on that. Yeah, the second one.
Dude, he came on these last 3 games.
Yeah, and
I'm excited about him. He's starting to figure it out. They need to keep him happy. Oh yeah. You gotta keep him.
Keep him coming.
Yeah. I want to see what them exit meetings are like, man. Exit meetings. There's gonna be some sad puppies leaving them exit meetings because not everybody can get paid. Who cares about your Uncle Ray Ray that needs some new rims on his Benz that he got for the low? Nobody cares about Uncle Ray Ray. What'd you do this year? Okay, you play well, we can hook Uncle Ray Ray up. You didn't? Maybe another team will help you get Uncle Ray Ray's Benz. Them rims. We can't do it here.
Hey, screw Uncle Ray Ray.
What you mean, Uncle Ray Ray?
Uncle Ray Ray have some rims my senior year.
Uncle Ray Ray told you how to tackle back in 2014. Uncle Ray
you didn't tell me all that.
Yeah. Uncle Ray Ray.
Uncle Ray Ray's the one driving me to practice?
Yeah, Uncle Ray Ray driving you to practice. Uncle Ray.
He wants some rims? Okay. All right. We good.
Uncle Ray taught you how to keep it high and tight. Uncle Ray Ray,
3 points of pressure?
Yeah. Back in my day, I don't know how many times Uncle Ray Ray probably said that. Back in my day, boy.
All right, let me get a couple more mentions here. We'll get into the commentary. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, how about the Christmas gift this year you give is to the person sleeping next to you? Because when you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. That's right. You're choking when you're sleeping. Don't let that sink in. You know what I mean? Because you're so tired, you're sleepy, you don't even realize how many times you're waking up. The person next to you is like, "Hey, can you turn the chainsaw off?" So here's what you do. First of all, we're fortunate to have this partnership with the Sleep Cycle Center and Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father. He's passionate about making sure that you get a sleep study. That's why if you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, you tell them the Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study is everything. That sleep study, he's got the best technology for that sleep study to tell you exactly what level of sleep apnea you have, if you have it, and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have. A mouth guard holds my lower jaw open, so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping. I sleep great, sleep through the night. Don't sound like a chainsaw. So go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You will be glad you did. And hey, if you're ready for that big screen of your dreams, maybe a new media room, how about some surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting? There's only one call to make, and that is to our man, Tom McKay and Audio Visual Consultations. Tom, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and he's the best in the business. 37 years he's been bringing all things audio and visual, putting up big screens in your favorite restaurants. He's put them in 3 different houses for me in my 30 years in Austin. Just call 255-8678. 255-8678. Area code 512, of course. And let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens and the best brands. So you don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. All right. For the chip shot today, I want to touch on a couple things. I know my man Zay is going to probably touch on some basketball, but SMU, that was pathetic. That was pathetic. There was hardly any people in the stands in Strawberry Canyon for the Cal game. And that was probably part of the problem. You had to bring your own juice, and you didn't bring none. And so Cal's out there playing their ass off with their little 2-star recruits who have all kinds of grit and toughness. They're making plays. That SMU defense has been so good all year. It was terrible. And they lost as a 12.5-point road favorite. They lost a chance to play in the ACC championship game. That was pathetic. I look, it was a trap game. Yeah, trap game, but it's for an ACC conference championship game berth. What are you doing? That was pathetic. Hey, Texas women's basketball. Let's go. They beat number 3 UCLA and then beat number 2 South Carolina and then had to come home and play a Sunday game against a scrappy veteran Penn team. You're like, they're down 15-11 after the first quarter. And then Vic's like, what are we doing? Let's get this defensive intensity going and let's be us. And then they paddled Penn into the cheap seats. And Roy Harmon, all-time assist leader. And Justice Carlton, I'm going to say it again because Justice Carlton did it again. She has been coming off the bench. So when Aaliyah Crump went down with her foot injury, and I'm telling y'all, she's going to be out for a minute. Brianna Preston's going to be out for a minute. Ashton Judd has a kneecap issue that's going to keep her out for a minute. He moved Taya Sedbury into the starting lineup, and he's been rotating Sedbury and Justice Carlton. Carlton's been way better, and it's great. Good for her. I mean, she's making the most of her minutes. She came in. They were missing shots. They were 4 of 19 to open against Penn. She came in, went 5 of 6 in the second quarter, 10 points, grabbed some boards, got the team going, and boom, a 22-3 run thanks to Justice Carlton. Scored 6 points in a row in that run at the beginning of it with a 3-pointer from Jordan Lee. So they're now number 2. Rankings came out today. Texas women, number 2 behind UConn. That's fair.
That's fair.
UCLA dropped to or South Carolina dropped to 3 and UCLA dropped to 4. So all good.
The net rankings came out and they got LSU number 1, the Huskies 2, and Texas 3. I don't know about that. That's weird. LSU,
especially after those 2 wins.
Exactly. Like LSU, they've been beating teams by like 70, but they're all rump roast.
Yeah.
So it's just whatever. It doesn't really mean anything right now. Texas will have their chance to play LSU, which in 2 back-to-back games, they got LSU and South Carolina. So get ready for that when SEC play starts. But yeah, to piggyback off what you're saying about Texas women's basketball, Chip, they got to get better in their zone offense, especially if Aaliyah Crump's going to be out, especially if Breonna Preston is also going to be out, and Ashton Judd, who was brought here from Missouri to shoot the 3. Like Vic Schaefer and his coaching staff, they did a hell of a job of going in the portal and getting players that they needed to make them more versatile, because we know in the 2025 season, teams could just sag on Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldegger and double team Madison Booker, and then it was hard to get points after that. Now, if you double team Kyla Oldegger, you got to worry about Jordan Lee knocking down the 3, which she's improved a crazy amount. Now, Rory Harmon, she could turn on the switch and become aggressive offensively. And Madison Booker has done a better job of not settling all the time like she did last year. But teams are just going to start playing them zone, because at pace, it's hard to keep up. It's hard to play them man with that pace. When you play zone, it forces them to work the ball around and find the best shot. And usually when that happens, there's only 25 seconds off the clock. That's what Penn did yesterday, and that's why the Lady Horns started off so slow. So if I'm Vic Schaefer, I'm working on a lot of zone offense. You don't necessarily need to work on man right now. Your man offense is fine. Your man offense, Jordan Lee, she could take her man anytime. Rory Harmon, you saw what she did with the game winner. Madison Booker, Kyla Oldegger. Like, you have mismatches everywhere if teams play man. But when teams play zone, it gets stagnant. They don't know where the best shot is coming from. There was a play where Taylor Sidbury, she caught the ball in the paint, like at the free throw line area yesterday, and she didn't know what to do with it. She was wide open, and she looked around, and no one went out to guard her, and she was like, oh, I'm open. And she took a step, and she shot it, and she hit it. Like, that right there shows me they don't work on zone offense enough, because that should be just instinct. I catch it in the middle, I'm looking to score, because that's how you beat a zone. You get the ball in the middle, you penetrate, you swing it around, you don't let it stick. You got to be able to knock down the outside shot. So if a team like Penn, who doesn't have the Jimmies and the Joes, if they could slow down the game for you, who knows what North Carolina could do, who y'all play on Thursday, if they go to a zone. So that's what the scouting report, I think, is going to be. Now, you're going to have your South Carolinas and your UCLAs that can match up with you in man and probably won't, which UCLA did that, a part of their comeback. When Texas was up by 20, a lot of that was because they were killing man-to-man offense. Coach switched to a zone, UCLA comes back. Dawn Staley, she's too proud to play zone. She's one of those coaches because she knows her girls, what? We're so athletic, zone. What? We don't do that. We don't do that in Columbia. But UCLA, that was a big reason why they came back and made it a game. So if I would tell Vic Schaefer anything, that's what it would be, which he knows. He knows, like, he's one of the best. Like, he understands that this is how teams are going to try to beat us. And if they don't get better at it, then you're going to have games where, man, you think Texas should be up by 20 and that team's going to be with them because they're playing the style that they're not used to playing.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you handle the Texas men, but Texas women's volleyball got one of the 4 top seeds. They're the number 3 overall seed. They will start their NCAA championship on Friday against the Florida A&M Rattlers right there at Gregory Gym, and they can get all the way to the Final Four playing at Gregory as a number 1 seed, and they're in the same half as Kentucky, the team that beat them in 5 games in the SEC championship. And if you've watched the SEC Inside, the SEC volleyball championship, the Kentucky coach is saying they don't want any of you. They don't want your physicality. And that's what I've been saying about Texas volleyball this year. They're not as physical as they've been in the past. And Kentucky is physical as hell. So Texas, you got what you wanted. You got a chance to take Kentucky down. You don't have to play number 1 seeded Nebraska until you're in the championship. Now, you got to handle business because you got Florida A&M, and you could have Penn State, which is a perennial power, and then Indiana. So handle your business and play tough. Be physical because they got a lot of finesse, but they got to be the more aggressive team. They got to win. They got to, it's like football. You got to win the line of scrimmage. You got to be the more physical team at the net. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, gotta give a shout out to Covert BK, best car dealership in the land. Trust me, I know. We got a Buick Encore GX there. We absolutely love it. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. Covert BK, they will take care of you because they've been doing it for over 100 years. If someone's doing anything over 100 years, you would take them serious, would you? Well, you should at Covert BK. You want to go online to see what cars they have, go to covertbk.com. GMC, Buick, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Hey, you can find anything out of those 7 brands: crossovers, SUVs, regular 2 doors, 4 doors, trucks, whatever fits your family and fits your style. Covert BK will find that for you. Shout out to my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the team. It's not about meeting that quota, man. It's not about making that sale. It's just about finding what the customer needs to just have a better life, because that's what we're all striving for, and Covert BK understands that. So go down to Covert BK now, get yourself a new pre-owned vehicle, because, hey, you don't want to be pulled over on the side. Again, things smoking, that's not a good look. Causing traffic, you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that gal. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Okay, Chip. So we haven't talked the Lane Kiffin situation much. So let's discuss it now for these next 7 minutes or so. First off, just this story, we know it's messy, but everything that came with it, this dude is the messiest, pettiest dude in college football history. First, after the Egg Bowl, he goes and confronts like the beat writer for Ole Miss that represents On 3 Sports, Ben Garnett, and they got it on video, which is hilarious. Listen to this full Lane confront this dude.
So you want to walk in here and call me a hoe? We'll see how it goes.
For one, that Copenhagen in his mouth is going crazy. You want to walk in and call me a hoe? We'll see how that goes. But okay. So Ben didn't call him a hoe. Ben said you can't turn a hoe into a housewife on one of his shows, one of his rants. He didn't necessarily call him a hoe. He didn't say, Lane Kiffin, you're a hoe. But in a way, he did say that. To Ben's defense, the way Lane's been flirting and stuff, it's very hoish. I'm just saying, it's very the way that he was getting around, the way that he wanted to be loved and stuff, it was hoish. So for him to go confront my man Ben, who stood his ground, kudos to Ben, let me ask you this, Chip, from a beat writer and journalist that has been confronted by coaches and players in the past. What is that like Like what goes on through your mind where you say something in an article or on the show that gets back to the coaches? You know, we saw Sark call out CJ Vogel in his presser. You know what I'm saying? Like, what happens when those situations happen? Because obviously each context is different, but for someone that's had that happen to them multiple times like yourself, what is that like? What did Ben go through just
Yeah, I mean, you got to stand your ground. You got to, say things that you mean so that it doesn't come back to bite you. But, you stand your ground and say whatever you're going to say. I mean, that's so if it was like on a podcast or something and he's out here hoeing around, and I'm sure that On3 writer covers Ole Miss, right? So, you just got to stand your ground and say, well, I'm sure you've been called worse, something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, if there's bad blood between them that goes back a ways, and and Kiffin is like, you want to call me a hoe back here? We'll see how it goes. I mean, that's what he said.
That's what he said. And, to do all that, like, that's so extra when you're going to leave. That's my thing. It's one thing to say all that and then keep the Ole Miss job, go through the gauntlet with your team that worked so hard to get here. I feel so bad for his players that he was trying to poach to go to LSU. Like, not only are you leaving, coach, but you want me to go with you when I'm trying to get locked in for a college football playoff game with my brothers who are supposed to be your sons in a way, because that's how some of these guys look at their head coach. They're father-like figures. This is your first time being away from mom and dad. A coach brings you in. He's a father-like figure. So for your quote-unquote father to say, y'all did good, see y'all later. I wanted to coach y'all, but they wouldn't let me. No, duh, they wouldn't let you. Come on, Lane. Lane, come on, bruh. It's not like you're going to a different conference either. Ole Miss is going to have to see you every other year, basically every 2 years. So, yeah, Lane was twisting the knife, throwing salt on it on his way out. We knew he wasn't going to handle it well, but to go out the way he did, it's sad. It really is. And LSU fans, they're embracing them as they should. But, yeah, I feel for those players, man. Whatever matchup they get is going to be tough. And we'll see what happens with Pete Golden, defensive coordinator that's now the coach. Like, he got the job. Like, is he the coach for the next few years? Like, it's just his. So at least the team likes the guy. He could have went with Lane Kiffin, decided not to, took over. So that's a lot on him too. But Lane's out here calling the plays. It's cold, man. It's cold. Like, you would think he would learn. You would think after the Raiders and USC and Tennessee and Nick Saban kicking your ass out of Tuscaloosa, like, that was cold. Before the national championship game, just kicking them out. Like, you think Lane would be like, man, I'm 50-something. We're settled. I've built something here. I've never done it like this before. But he greedy. He greedy. That gumbo too good. What you say, apple pie moonshine you had? Woo. I don't think they got that in Oxford. I'm sure they got some type of moonshine, but they ain't got that type of flavor.
I'll tell you what, man. It makes me think about Les Miles when he was thinking about going to Michigan and Kirk Street. Called him out and said, Les Miles is, the top candidate for Michigan. and LSU was getting ready to play in the SEC championship game in 2007. And Les Miles was the top candidate and was like probably going to take the Michigan job. But because it got all called out right before the SEC championship game, Les Miles decided, I'm right here. I'm with LSU. And he won a national championship. I'm not saying Ole Miss is going to win the national championship, but if they get in, guess what? They got a 1 in 12 shot of winning it. Yeah. And you work all your life, but I get it. LSU, you're the only show in that state, the history, the tradition, the national championships, the money. Although he got money, and they came through for him at Ole Miss.
They did.
But man, did they turn on him? Did you see him getting on that plane? All those people yelling. Ah.
Yeah. I'm surprised my man Matt wasn't there flicking the ball.
Yeah, let's bring in.
Who says I wasn't, say?
My favorite Ole Miss Rebel. What up, Matt? How you doing, dog?
I'm all right, man. It was a rough weekend. We lost Lane, but as it went down, the more I thought about it, he's just the same old guy, and it sucks. I really believed he had changed. I wanted to believe that he had changed, but the way that I heard all of that stuff went down was disgusting. Did you all know that Juice Kiffin isn't even with him in Baton Rouge? He left the dog in Oxford.
He left the dog.
You left Juice?
I can't trust him.
The whole thing was a PR stunt. Juice isn't even his dog.
Is that his daughter's dog?
No, he has his own. It's just his own owner. Some other guy. He has a handler, and it's not Lane. Lane doesn't own him. It's never his dog.
Juice tweeted at Hawk Tua girl.
Yeah,
that was the funniest damn thing.
Juice was a national treasure, and I'll tell you what: if he's up for adoption, I'm signing up right now. I will take Juice on.
Wow, left Juice, man. You can't trust the guy. You leaving the dog too? He's scum. He's scum.
Well, Matt lost his coach, and SMU lost its mind. So
yeah. Yeah, it was but hey, the Longhorns won, right?
There we go. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Matt, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've been here. We last show was on Tuesday. A lot has happened. A lot has happened in the last 48 hours after the Texas game. Plenty has happened, so plenty to get into. Before that, you have a good Thanksgiving? You have the good parts of it before the bad parts of it?
I'll tell you what, Patrick, I had a great Thanksgiving. My girlfriend came with us down to Austin. We did it with my parents. The food was incredible. The game on Friday was incredible.
Yes.
My Sunday kind of sucked, but that's, I saw it coming. And that was the most important thing.
Yeah. That one, in all reality, it was like the longer it went, the more it was, okay, it's blatantly obvious. And you're just now at the point where you're a child who doesn't want to take responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of, you're like, if you want to take the LSU job, take the LSU job. Walk out and go, hey, Ole Miss, I love you. I want a new challenge. I understand this is a shitty thing to do with the team going into the playoffs. But you know what? I made that decision. But to kind of come out and then go, well, I still wanted to coach the team. You're like, no, you couldn't do that. You knew that was off the table. Like you were blatantly aware that this is how college football works, that you're not going to be able to go for a rival, spend time with all the players that you are going to actively try to poach, spend time with all the coaches you are actively going to try and poach to ruin Ole Miss football next season. there's a reason they wanted you out of the building. There's a pretty obvious one.
Well, the fact that he gave the offensive staff an ultimatum and said, if you don't get on the plane right now, you don't have a job with me in Baton Rouge. That's ridiculous. Like, the guy acted like a child throughout the entire thing. He wants his cake, and he wanted his cake and he wanted to eat it too, whatever the saying is. Or, and what sense does it make for an arch rival accepting a new job, signing a new contract, and then spending up to 50 days in your building with your players?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. And the good thing is, the vast majority of the players are super pissed off at Lane. So I don't think very many of them are going to follow him to Baton Rouge. They could transfer elsewhere and in this, that, or the other. But in terms of him gutting the roster, I think that was minimized to a good degree because of the way that he handled it and the way that those players reacted to it and felt about it. I'm really happy with the Pete Golding hire. I think that that's the smartest move they could have made, considering all those other coaches were coming off the board and they had to do something to stabilize the program and give themselves a future. Yes. Pete Golding's been a head coaching candidate for a while at various different places. He's a Mississippi guy. He went to Delta State. His wife went to Ole Miss. And I'm going to pull up a picture of him here in a minute, and he looks like just about the most Ole Miss coach you could possibly have in your entire life. So that's also a good thing. The players love him. And here's the best thing that Pete Golding did, Patrick.
What's that?
Did you hear what he said to Lane Kiffin after the game?
I did
or during the Iron Bowl? Holy moly. I'm reading from a story here. It was Saturday night, and Auburn and Alabama were fighting it out in the Iron Bowl on the TVs in the Manning Center. Two guys who know a thing or two about the Iron Bowl, Lane Kiffin and Pete Golding, were a state away in the Manning Center at Ole Miss. They were sitting very far apart from each other, in other words. Why don't you take your ass home and watch the rest of that? Golding said to Kiffin. This isn't your office anymore. That's my head coach right there, boys.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I get the emotions are really high because you're like, everything that you said we were fighting for, we achieved, and then you bailed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't tell me, like, that's the biggest problem with it, is if they weren't a playoff team right now, they lost the Egg Bowl, fine. You know what? You can walk away from that and go, guys, whatever it is, Ole Miss is tainted, and I'll never win a title here. But you have a team, and I don't know if they're a national championship team. I think there's a couple teams at top that it's going to be hard to beat. And so I don't know if they're that. But they are a playoff team, for sure. And, yeah, to have everything to, kind of dangle this carrot in front of your entire school and staff and everybody to believe, to tell the coaches, when they do have other opportunities and can go somewhere else, and you tell them, you got to stay with me. You have to be loyal to me. And then to not be loyal back. I understand. Like, it is a reason why you're like, dude, we know now that everything you said to us is a lie because you don't morally stand where you want to stand. I don't mind you leaving. I mind you trying to pretend there's a moral high ground on this. There isn't. You want to take a different job. You didn't want to be here anymore. All the things about this is the dream or whatever. It is what it is. So I understand it. And I really don't mind it. I think, especially when you talk about coaches' sons, they view things very differently than I think most of us do, because he was raised in a house where they thought the media was too rough on their dad. And the dad, and they had all those issues. They have a different viewpoint on how this all works than most of us do. That's fine. But then don't try and be the holistic cool guy hanging out at the party if you don't want to be with anybody at that party.
Oh, yeah, of course. And look, everything that he has said and done over the last, 3 months has been a complete lie.
Yeah.
The stuff about Ole Miss being special to his heart, Oxford embracing him and helping him find a new path in his career, and blah, 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 all the way on and on down the list. The real answer to why he was still in Oxford was because he didn't think the Auburn job was better than the Ole Miss job.
Yeah.
He thinks the LSU job is better than the Ole Miss job, which it's really not.
It might be. We don't know yet. We'll see what he can do.
Not there. It's not like
no.
LSU and Texas are up here and Ole Miss is down here. It's like
look, it's one of those scenarios where you always have to say the grass isn't always greener, and that's the one. You go, it may be greener, or you may walk in and that governor could walk over to you and say, "Sorry, your first season here, you didn't win all the games. If you don't win it next year, if you don't win a title next year, we're firing you with cause." And we're going to get ready. And we this is Louisiana. And he'll say it with a much worse accent. But it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to make that game, whenever LSU and Ole Miss play, much more entertaining to watch now.
This is the new LSU Alabama.
It is. And it was an interesting, it was one where you kind of thought, well, maybe there's a way Lane stays because I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt as a human being. And then you were like, okay, some tigers don't change their stripes. And
no pun intended there.
Pun intended.
Here's something real interesting, Patrick. I don't know if anybody realized this in the mass hysteria that was going on yesterday. LSU plays in Oxford next year.
That's going to be a lot.
That's going to be an environment. That's going to be an environment. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, no, because I think it'll be like when Texas basketball played at Lubbock, except magnified with a football stadium.
I don't really know.
It'll be nuts. But that is but I think Ole Miss do the right thing. They move on. They make their decision quickly. They don't after having a month of doubt in that locker room, in a month of questions, in a month of speculation in that locker room, you could not wait another, especially with all the coaches starting to get hired.
Yeah.
But you couldn't wait. You couldn't say, well, maybe we'll go get somebody else. Maybe we'll try and pry somebody away from another program and create that domino piece falling. We'll go make some offers and we'll see what's out there. They went ahead and said, let's remember what we've been doing and kind of what the game plan was from the beginning to be not like everybody else necessarily and be Ole Miss. And I think the hiring of Golding, it's going to keep you more players. It'll keep you more staff. It'll keep you a lot more grounded into what the team has been built to be than restarting it where there's just a huge amount of distrust in that program, which is understandable because you do feel like you've been lied to. So if you bring in somebody else, like for them to re-earn the trust is just going to be hard, even though it's not their fault. But for Golding, he's like, now we're going to trauma bond and go try and win it the natty.
This guy ain't doing hot yoga at 9 a.m. on a game day. This is the most Ole Miss looking coach of all time. All right. He's not going to be on social media 24 hours a day. He's not going to be, taking jabs at other coaches on Twitter or doing, cryptic Instagram stories when he should be preparing for a football game. This guy is a real football coach. I'm not saying Lane Kiffin isn't a real football coach. That's not what I'm saying. This guy is a lot different. This guy is tough. He's tough. He's hard-nosed. He's a defensive guy. And he's got a little bit of an axe to grind. He thinks he should have been a head coach a while ago. I don't think him and Lane Kiffin got along particularly well over the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, I can believe that.
The players love him. Like they released a video of them introducing Pete Golding as the new head coach from to the players. The vast majority of that room roared in applause.
Yeah,
they trust this guy. So could they have potentially made a decision sooner and started their search sooner and locked up a guy like John Summerall or Alex Golish or something like that? Yeah, and maybe that would have been better.
In all reality, he's a similar quality candidate to those guys. Because as much as you'd like to say, well, John Summerall was one of the top guys, we don't know if he can do it at this elite level. You don't know about his recruiting at this elite level or his handling of donors and boosters. All that stuff's not there. At least when you're, again, talking to the same people who've been building and giving Lane Kiffin money, Matt, Golden is a guy who can already know that.
Yeah.
Like, he knows those people. He's around those rooms. So I think the transition's much easier. It makes sense. I thought it was a good move, especially when we start to see all the other moves that we see. John Summerall end up in Florida, and they decided, rightfully so, to make that move a little bit quicker. I'm sure there was something to be said about John Summerall being like, well, I will take your job over these other jobs if it's in the next 24 hours. But I'm not going to wait and get left out while they hire somebody else. So there's ultimatums flying all over the world. And we saw it really start to go down, that we saw John Summerall to Florida, which I think is a decent hire there. Alex Golish ends up at Auburn, which, again, like decent hires there. Arkansas is a little bit weirder, hiring Ryan Silverfield from Memphis. It's an okay hire. Not really what I was expecting to be the guy. I don't think it's a bad hire. You just kind of thought when they had gotten Calipari, maybe they were going to be a little bit more splashy with it. And so
Yeah.
It's not a bad hire. Just you were like, it wasn't what I thought they were going to be doing.
It wasn't what I thought either, but he's already made some noise. He's already flipped a couple of commitments to Arkansas. He knows that area pretty well already. So the bottom line is Arkansas is a very low tier job in the SEC. So it's going to be hard to make a splash there.
Yes. And we did see Mark Stoops is out at Kentucky now too. So
yeah, another one. And I think that the rumor is that they're trying to get Will Stein from Oregon, which would be interesting there.
Yeah,
a lot of turnover already.
A lot of turnover. But Clark Lee signs a big new deal, which good for you, buddy. Take that money. But I would have gone to a better job.
Yeah.
But hey, to each their own. I'm not going to argue with anybody staying at a job.
Maybe
but
he knows that Diego Pavia is going to get a 7th season.
He signed a 6-year deal. He better get a 37th season if he's going to be able to come back. No, but I like that's one that you just are curious because you don't want to end up in that Matt Campbell. It's always don't be the Matt Campbell where you stay just like 1 year too long. It kind of falls back off. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting ones. CB also, yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit about Sark going full campaign mode now. We've seen that happening.
Yeah.
But
hey, listen. Well, when we get into that, I'll give my perspective. But I think he's doing the right thing.
Oh, I agree, 100%, 100%. But yeah, so the coaching carousel, Matt, it does feel like the SEC is starting to set itself a little bit more. We'll have to see what Kentucky ends up doing, but I think they're the last piece of the puzzle for next season now. Everybody else starts to be there, and Kentucky's going to have to figure it out here in the next couple days because the transfer portal is coming, and the poaching has already begun. So we're already starting to see a few names of people entering the transfer portal and getting out. So you really can't sit for too long if you want to do that. I thought they weren't going to pay him out, but they said, screw it. We're paying out Mark Stoops and moving on. So lots of changes in the SEC, but none bigger than Lane Kiffin to LSU and what that means, because you have a playoff team losing a head coach to a team that was just awful this season and really below expectations. So what that turnaround will be, while Texas has to end up playing both those teams here in the next 4 years a couple times. You'll meet those coaches. But yeah, we want to get into the show today. We're going to talk college football playoffs. Texas basketball also made a better showing in Maui after the first game that we talked about. They made a better showing. We'll get into that. Cowboys and Texans starting to play better football as well. But of course, yeah, Texas beating the Aggies, and the now conversation about the college football playoff is really the forefront. That, we'll talk some more about these coaches, I think, later in the week as we continue to go on, and we'll start to see what their futures look like a little bit more. But first of all, Texas playing a really good game of football. Trey Wisner becoming someone who should never have to buy a drink or meal in this town ever again. Like four of his best games in his career. OU, A&M, A&M. That dude shows up when it matters for Texas. So just a huge game on Friday night to showcase and put yourself in a position where now, Matt, we do get to sit around and say, well, there's an actual argument for Texas to be in the college football playoff. There's an argument. Whether it's enough is one thing, but there's definitely an argument that there would not have been if Texas didn't show up in that game.
I think Texas A&M is a really, really good football team.
Yeah.
I think if you played that game 10 times, Texas would win 9 of them. Because, for one thing, I think Sark coached circles around Mike Elko, which it's nice to see Texas coach circles around another team.
Especially a defensive coach.
Yeah.
Because those are the ones Sark has a lot of trouble with.
Yeah. I thought that PK owns Colin Klein. Colin Klein is 0-9 against PK. Texas won that game in every way, shape, and form. Arch Manning, after a bad first half, he completely outdueled Marcel Reed in the second half. My Twitter mentions have been super quiet after just an unbelievably hateful week from the other side. Texas won both lines of scrimmage. They bullied Cassius Howell. There's that viral clip of DJ Campbell absolutely bullying Cassius Howell. He had no impact on the game. Texas is now 6-0 against their rivals over the last 2 years. Texas A&M has scored 1 offensive touchdown or 2 offensive touchdowns. Is it 1 or 2? They scored 2 touchdowns in this game?
I think 2.
Okay, they've scored 2 offensive touchdowns against Texas in the last 2 years. The secondary came to play. Michael Taff had a fantastic game. Jelani McDonald, despite those couple penalties, I thought had a really, really good football game. Kobe Black stepped up in a big way after getting pushed down the depth chart for a while. That was huge. But the real MVP of this football game, well, there's 2 real MVPs this football game. Trey Wisner, obviously, was unbelievable. And Ethan Burke. I thought Chip Brown asked the best question in the entire press conference on Saturday night. He asked Michael Taff, did Ethan Burke eat nails and glass before this football game as his pregame meal? Because it really seemed that way.
It did.
Because he was everywhere.
He was. He had that huge play last year. We put on, our top 25 plays the last 25 years at Texas. Ethan Burke had that play in this game last year. And there's those guys who, you kind of ask a question at points this season, like, where is that intensity we know you have in you? And you weren't sure if you were going to get it against A&M because the season hadn't gone the way you wanted it to. But we saw those guys showed up in huge ways. And look, Ethan Burke, from just getting that piece of the kick earlier, right? The kick early, and then it just keeps making plays and keeps making plays and keeps being in the right space and keeps making the right plays. And we saw, but you got 1 sack in the game against Marcel Reed, but the reality is he was constantly pressured. He was constantly having to do the things that make Marcel Reed a much worse quarterback, which is when people are coming after you, he's having to move his feet around. He doesn't get set, and he makes bad decisions. So he got the ball out. He wasn't holding it and taking sacks, but he made bad decisions, and that was Ethan Burke. That was Colin Simmons really going after him, and that was PK knowing how to bring pressure without allowing huge plays out of the side of it. Now, there were some. Marcel Reed ran the ball well. Say that. He did run the ball well. Ran the ball better than any of the running backs. But outside of that, he just didn't have the impact. And then we look over at the linebacker core that when we saw Anthony Hill not playing in this game, I'm watching the game. I'm like, well, I had A&M winning, but this one may seal it that A&M is going to win this game, because if we can't stop their run game, I don't know what we're going to do. And for Trey Moore to step in that role the last 2 weeks, and for LaFau to play well, Anthony Smith comes back in the second half, plays well, but like that linebacker core to be able to step up without Anthony Hill, and after last week where you saw the flaws in it and you saw that it was going to be hard, to take the week to get better, to really focus and get the job done, I thought was huge. Because if you let them run the ball, if you let Reuben Owens be a 100-yard rusher in that game, it changes everything about it, because now you're not making Marcel Reed have to go do it. And when they made Marcel Reed have to be the guy, that's when they got to him.
Yeah. My favorite clip of last week before the football game, by the way, Texags Live, I believe it was. Former A&M player, can't remember his name, never heard of him before, but he was on Texags Live. He said, Arch Manning doesn't impact a football game. Marcel Reed impacts a football game. Marcel Reed didn't have very much impact in this football game whatsoever.
He did for us. Them 2 picks were great.
Yeah, for Texas A&M, he didn't have a good impact. He didn't have an impact really at all outside of his legs. Arch Manning had a huge impact. So we should probably send that one to freezing cold takes. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and it's honestly, if you look at their stats, they're not really that different. The stats are kind of the same. But at the end of the day, you do see that. I mean, you see the world of like what an impact you can make as a player without having to have the stats. And I think we saw that a lot. And like, I'll give John Mateer credit that I think he's done that at times this season, where John Mateer has been a guy whose stats have not been very good, but he's made an impact on the team to pick up a first down here or there and lift the team up. Arch Manning was able to do that, and he did it with no turnovers. And that's really the bigger piece of it is, even if you're not destroying this team, because they're a good football team, you're not making that costly mistake that switched that momentum that was firmly in Texas' corner for the entire second half. He makes one bad read, one bad mistake, and maybe that game turns. So looking at that, because for Marcel Reed, that was a case. They were trying to fight their way back in, and he made some bad decisions. And Texas made some good plays to make him pay for it. Arch did not do that. And that is one of those pieces where you have to go, well, that all the stats can be kind of the similar, because Marcel had 180 yards, Arch had 179 passing. They both ran for over 50. So like they both did that, but Arch had a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown and no turnovers. And Marcel Reed had no touchdowns and 2 turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty. Those are the big ones in that one of how you impact the game and be an impact player.
Yeah, and the way that Marcel Reed has kind of been prone to turnovers this year, and he's been prone to being a little bit erratic, it makes sense that Texas was able to force him into some of those things, because when he gets a little bit rattled and things are on the line, he can potentially telegraph what he's going to do, and you saw that on those last 2 drives. He stared down that receiver, and Michael Taff saw it the whole way, and it was an easy play. And he forced both of those plays. Actually, he forced it to Marcel Reed or to Mario Craver, and that last one to Kobe Black was a really bad play design. They didn't have anybody that was drawing Kobe Black down away from that out route, which allowed him to kind of move more up and play on Mario Craver and didn't allow any space there. So it was an easy play for him to make. He didn't have any other responsibility on the play. And Marcel Reed was staring it down the whole time. So those kinds of things are things that Arch Manning has not been doing since UTEP? I know he played badly against Kentucky, but he wasn't staring receivers down or anything like that. You can see the difference in these 2 quarterbacks and why one of them will eventually be the number 1 draft pick in the NFL draft, and why the other one's just a really good college quarterback. And that's not disrespect to Marcel Reed, but he needs to grow a lot.
Yeah, he's still a young player too. He's a young player.
Let's not forget that. They're both sophomores.
I think this is the one when we talk about strength of schedule and the gauntlet that Texas has played in this season. You do talk about, that's one of the reasons Arch has grown more than Marcel Reed in those moments, is that Arch has just faced a harder gauntlet of teams this season than the Aggies have. Their schedule is just harder. And so in this big moment game at the end of the season, Arch was just a little bit more weathered as a player to understand all of those moments and to understand, you talked about it, which what Brooke said was scar tissue, right? And that world of being able to, understand now, right? When that pressure is coming, you do have an extra 0.3 seconds to get that ball out and actually put your foot in the right position and get the ball where it needs to be. The touchdown pass to Ryan Wingo, which it's not the best throw in the world, but it was a touchdown instead of a run for a first down. When he breaks out and makes a move over there, and most quarterbacks wouldn't do that. but Arch has just gotten a little bit more tempered to what the game is. And so when we talk about those, what it means to be a playoff team and to have that knowledge and for especially for a young quarterback like Marcel Reed, for like Arch Manning, who are really, playing some of their biggest minutes of their career, I do think it helps. I do think it helps you get to be a better quarterback and be a more ready team for those moments.
Arch has played 5 top 10 teams this year.
Yeah.
Marcel Reed had played 1.
Exactly.
I mean, you look at Texas A&M's schedule, and I'll get to your question, Jose, here in a minute. But Texas A&M, every team that Texas A&M played in the SEC, with the exception of Texas, leading into the Texas game, we'll say, they had a below 500 record in the SEC.
Yeah.
Missouri didn't have their starting quarterback. LSU was already a dumpster fire, and those were the 2 ranked teams they played in the SEC. They did not face a lot of adversity this year in terms of good football teams. They faced adversity in other ways. They had to win a shootout on the road at Notre Dame, which was really tough, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. They fell behind big time to South Carolina, and they were able to fight their way back. They deserve a lot of credit for that. But this was the toughest environment they had faced all year by a mile.
Mm-hmm.
This was more difficult than LSU at night that weekend.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, by the way, shout out to Longhorn Nation for turning that building into something that everyone who was there was like, that's one of the craziest things, one of the craziest ways it's ever been.
I've been going to Texas games my entire life for 38 years. That's the loudest and most crazy I have ever seen that stadium. That, I believe, is the first time, at least that I can remember off the top of my head. CB would probably know the answer to this better than me. I have not seen a game be over for 10 minutes and not a single seat that was filled by a Texas person in that stadium was empty.
Yeah.
They were still hanging around, still celebrating. That was the best environment I've ever seen at DKR.
No, and I love it. And that's what I say. Shout out to everybody who's at that game, because, again, it was a week where, knowing that Texas odds of getting in the playoffs are very, very slim, like 1% to 2% right now. It's going to require someone in that room to have a come to Jesus moment with the rest of this committee for somehow Texas to make it at this point. But to have that and have people know and be like, where the conversations of earlier about Sark and is he a good enough coach to be here, and what the play calling and all those conversations that happened after Georgia, that you could have seen it go downhill a little bit more. And instead you did get what we got there, which was people ready for that game and it mattering. And it mattered to the players, and that's what you wanted to see. And you do want to take it to where a place like A&M will always say Kyle Field is 50 times more hard to play in than DKR. Just want to show them. Just want to show them a little bit. Be like, look, I get you got Kyle Field, you got your yellow leaders, you got all that stuff. We've got a little bit of something too.
Yeah. Look, Texas A&M had not seen an environment like that, not even close, all year long. I don't think they faced a team that talented all year long. It was a buzzsaw. And Sark, that was one of his best coaching jobs he's done all year long. It's one of the best coaching jobs he's done since he's been here.
Other than that first play.
Well, they won the play. They just missed a block. The receiver was open. They got the corner to bite. They just missed a block and the pressure got there. Had that not happened, maybe we're talking about something different. But
no, we are. It was just funny because you knew it. Like we talked about that first play. We're like, what are they going to do with that first play? And then it didn't quite work the way it was supposed to work. But outside of it, the play calling. I mean, look at what the tight ends did in this game, where the tight ends have just kind of been, I wouldn't even say a disappointment, but not in the game plan the way you want him to be, and not being used in the sense. And Jack Endries leads the team in receiving yards. You have that beautiful tight end around touchdown run from Nick Townsend.
I love that play.
It's a great play call. Like, those are the ones in the red zone where we struggle, where we know Texas had problems, and old Sark may have just dialed up. Well, Trey Wisner's running well. Run Trey Wisner up the middle 3 times. And then, let A&M get a stand. He called a great play, and they get in the end zone. You don't really get that slowdown. A&M doesn't get to build that momentum back up. And And it'd be one thing if we led the whole game, because Sark has always been better at calling plays with a lead, but being down 10-3 at half, not really having your offense moving and then making those adjustments and be able to outscore them 24-7 in the second half, and then kind of get that lead and then push it up a little bit more and then feel good about it. All of that makes you just feel like, okay, yeah, you outcoached Elko. They weren't ready. They felt like they were going to be the much better team walking in, and it was much more evenly matched than they thought it was going to be. In all these rivalry games, watch the Iron Bowl this weekend with some friends, and I'm like, you just have to be more physical. You're better than Auburn, but if they're more physical, you're going to lose. And in the first half, they were more physical. Then they stopped being more physical, and it got to be a game again. And for this, Texas really defensively played more physical the entire game. And then offensively started to find it in that second half and really started to put their head down. And that's when Trey Wisner started to go off. And you go, if you're the more physical team, you're skilled. They're not that much more talented than you. You got talent, so you can go win that game.
It really felt also like Texas A&M was being far too confident coming into this game.
100%.
Casey Concepcion wearing the broken horns on his cleats. Armaj Reed Adams with the coward comment. All those different things that they were talking about coming into this game. You know what Texas was saying? A&M's a really good football team. We have to play our best football. And maybe they were thinking some other things internally, but they weren't saying it out loud. The difference is Texas A&M was talking before the game. Texas A&M talked after the game, or Texas talked after the game.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
That is an indication of discipline and humility and culture.
It is. And that's why, and we'll start to get more in that college football playoff discussion now. But like CB brought it up that Sark's on that campaign. And I remember on Monday, he said, we'll deal with that after the game. And you know how I've been harping on Sark saying 16-game season all year, 16-game season at the beginning of the year. And I'm like, that you shouldn't have said that. You set the wrong precedent. This to me was him learning from that lesson.
Yeah.
And saying, well, if we beat them, then then we'll have won these games. And if, he says, wait, we haven't beat them. They're a really good team. I'm going to look like a real idiot if I sit here and say if, and we all believe if, and then we don't do it. So why don't we go out there and show what we can do, and then I'll have the conversation ready afterwards. And we'll play that clip here in a second of what Sark said. There's a couple different clips of him. He said in the postgame on the show on ESPN or NBC, he said in the postgame in the press conference, and he's now making the rounds and doing it. But I thought he knew, I'm Sark. I'm from Texas. I could be booked on every show Monday morning making the argument if I want to be. I can be everywhere I need to be to make that argument after the game. I don't need to make it right now because now it's a talking point of why we're not taking this game seriously. So I thought that was a really good lesson that he learned, that it did feel like that's a positive way forward for Sark of, guys, the old adage, don't count your chickens before they hatch. You cannot count your college football playoff games until they are booked. And right now, again, you're at a 1-2% chance to get in. And that's reality is I think there is somewhat of a very outside chance that the committee has a change of heart and there is a discussion and, maybe the words and they'll figure it out. It just feels really light and not there right now because there is this is where we're going to get to the sticking point. I want to get to Jose's question too for you, Matt. We'll talk about that. But this is kind of where the entire argument, Texas has a really good argument to make the college football playoffs. The issue is, so does everyone else in front of you.
That's debatable.
They have arguments. I'm saying they all have arguments. And so those arguments, and now there's a couple teams, but then even if you start to knock out one or two of those teams, are you still getting in ahead of the next people? And that's what it starts to be. Is there enough room for you to be able to get in? And that to me is like, if I thought there was room, I go, oh, there's a 10% chance that maybe there's some magic and they do flip Notre Dame. And that's really the biggest one is you got to do that. But there's still some other teams that are going to have those same arguments. So when we look at it, it's going to take it. it's going to be a difficult piece of what they have to do. But to answer this question, Matt, if you want to answer this one, and we'll keep going into this a little bit more. But he says, no disrespect to Matt, but should Ole Miss be left out of the playoffs with the schedule and change at head coach? I will say before Matt does, that's insane to say because Lane Kiffin left, we're going to punish all of these students and these athletes who played this entire season. That to me is a non-starter just in my own head, especially because they kept the defensive coordinator who's there. Lane Kiffin did not call the plays for the offense either this season. So I agree. But that's my first start. Matt, what do you say about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be insane. This isn't the 4-team playoff anymore. This is the 12-team playoff. If you want to knock them back a couple spots, sure. I still don't think they deserve that, but they're an 11-1 team in the SEC. Their only loss of the season is to the number 3 Georgia Bulldogs by score, and they were leading that game for the majority of it. They beat a number 4 LSU team when they were still ranked number 4 in the country, and they dominated them. That game was never close. They beat Oklahoma on the road in Norman, who was in the playoff field, and they smoked them. They beat another team that's in the playoff field as of right now, Tulane, and I get it's Tulane, but they beat them 45-10, and people think that's a college football playoff team. They did I get it. They had a little bit of a weak schedule, right? They played Kentucky, they played Arkansas, they played Georgia State, they played Washington State, they played the Citadel, but they won almost every game they played against those teams by double digits. They struggled against Kentucky. They struggled a little bit against Arkansas earlier in the year. They're one of the 5 or 6 best teams in the country. If that defense doesn't fall apart against Georgia, you're talking about arguably the best resume in college football. So there is not another one-loss team, in my opinion, outside of Georgia, potentially, that has a better resume than Ole Miss. And I get that you want to say that they have a weak schedule, but who are the other one-loss teams ahead of them? Oregon, potentially. Texas Tech, potentially. Texas A&M, potentially. BYU is a one-loss team.
Yep.
Ole Miss has a better resume than all of those teams.
Yeah. No, and that's what I'm saying. So I think the big one is we look at like when it was a 14 playoff and Jordan Travis's injury for Florida State knocked him out. If Trinidad Chambliss was gone too, then be like, okay, maybe we'll knock him down a few more spots. Now, also, we're not talking about them moving one spot. Where Florida State, Jordan Travis went, and they went from 4 to 5.
Yeah.
This is moving them from 7 to 11 to knock him out.
Mm-hmm.
And that I get for Texas fans, you're like, it would be great if we could, if they just were like, yeah, Lane Kiffin screwed him, so you get give me. But that's not reality. And I think, again, you really don't want to punish all the student athletes who did absolutely nothing wrong in this, who have just played their hearts out and gone and played every week. I don't want to punish them because Lane Kiffin did what he did.
Yeah. Don't punish these kids because Lane Kiffin's an asshole.
Yeah. And that to me, like that's they're a one-loss team. If they're a 2-loss team, it changes probably a little bit more, but they're a 1-loss team. They're in. They're a 1-loss team in the SEC. You got to put them in. If Auburn scores another touchdown, who knows? Maybe they're playing for the SEC championship still. So I think
that's another really good point, Patrick, that I don't think should be left out of this equation. Ole Miss was an SEC championship contender.
Yeah.
An SEC championship contender is in the college football playoffs, period.
No, I'm with you. And that's so I get it. I get, because this goes to the conversation, which is what now everybody's doing, which is trying to find the weakest link in the college football playoffs right now and get them thrown out so you can be like, oh no, that opens up space. Because we look at it, we say Ohio State is in, Indiana's in, A&M is in, Georgia's in, Texas Tech is in. And the Texas Tech one is only interesting now because Texas Tech and BYU are going to play now for the Big 12 championship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that one's only interesting because the general rule has been in the past, we don't want to punish anybody for playing for a conference championship because we don't want people to get mad about that. But now that we're having the conversation of, are we punishing teams for playing hard non-conference? That seems like it's a similar thing. So you have to look at that one as BYU to Texas and say, well, they're a 2-loss team. I get they played a conference championship. We played Ohio State. So we played a better team than they played in their conference championship game. I get, so there's a little bit of that. But if BYU beats Texas Tech, do you knock out Texas Tech and put in BYU? Do they both do 2 Big 12 teams get in now? Because the conference champ gets in. So that changes. Like, that game's really big that Texas Tech has to win that game for there to be that 1 to 2% chance. Because if BYU's in, Texas, there is no path for Texas.
Yeah.
You can't have one of those teams like that getting in.
This is also why I'm very against the group of 5 having an automatic bid. Like the 5 highest ranked conference championship thing. Like, yeah. I get it. The Power 4 should have an automatic bid. The group of 5 should not have an automatic bid. If they're good enough to get into the top 12, that's great. They should absolutely deserve to get in.
What about this? What about this? The top 4 conference champions get in. Because we can knock out Duke.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine too. But in the event that Duke beats Virginia, the ACC is not getting in, and you're getting Tulane and like James Madison into the college football playoff, and that's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, I'm with you. I like, again.
Look, hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
I have been told via the Twitter machine that the idea of a group of 5 team not having an automatic bid goes against the traditional values of college football, and college football is built on hope and all this bullshit. It should be the 12 best teams. And if one of those 12 best teams is from the group of 5, like Boise State was last year, I'm fine with that. But a 2-loss Tulane team is not one of the 12 best teams in the country. James Madison, no disrespect to the Dukes, is not one of the 12 best teams in the country. And not even mentioning Texas in that conversation. BYU is better than both of those teams. Utah is better than both of those teams. Vanderbilt's better than both of those teams. Michigan's better than both of those teams. Should we keep going on down the list? I don't think we have to.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Again, it's like it falls into that world of me trying to think of it 2 ways, which is, one, are we putting in the 12 best teams, or does it really kind of it's all stupid anyway, because there should only be 6 to 8 teams in this playoff anyway. So throw in whoever the hell you want at the end. They're not winning anything. It doesn't really matter. Like, Texas isn't winning a title. I know that sucks to say, but we're not. Even if we make the playoffs, because here's the biggest problem. This is the reality of everything. We're playing a road game to first game. I don't think we win the road game. Just don't think we do. I don't care who we're playing. I don't think we win the road game. We have been awful on the road. So I get the concept, but it's like, that's why it's a 2 sides of it. Joe, I kind of agree with you. I don't think we should cancel good non-conference. I do think everyone should cancel their games against Notre Dame. I think every school should cancel their games against Notre Dame. Like, if Notre Dame gets in, you just go, there's no reason for us to play them. We're only giving them a chance to go in. There's zero reason. They can have no quality wins and they'll get in. So let them, just don't play anybody. Don't let them play us. They'll be undefeated every year playing group of 5 teams. Be hilarious.
As long as you trade that Notre Dame game for another.
No, I'm saying go get somebody else good. Because I don't want to say cancel Ohio State. I don't want to say cancel Michigan. I don't want to say those other teams. I'm fine with playing them. Notre Dame, when I'm a little bit more on the edge now of like, why are we giving them this? Because here's the reality. If Notre Dame beats us, it hurts us. If we beat Notre Dame, it apparently doesn't hurt them.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is the loss is worse for us. This is where my biggest problem with the College Football Committee has been this season. And this is where I'm really curious what they do with Texas, is we lose to the number 5 team in the country and we drop 6 spots. But we just beat the number 3 team in the country. We're probably going to race 2. So if you're telling me wins against good teams do not matter, nearly as much as they lost to a really good team, then the entire argument of what you said of scheduling good teams is completely out the window. The committee only cares about wins and losses. They do not care. They only care about losses. They don't care about wins either. Only your losses matter. So you should try to not lose any games, which I get. And I'm the number one proponent of losses have to matter in college football. I'm all for that. But I do think bad losses, when we look at it and we go, well, where did these teams lose? And we look at a Miami, and you want to tell me Miami at 2 losses should be ahead of Texas. Well, they have 2 bad losses. I don't care if you think SMU or Louisville's a decent team and Florida's worse. I guarantee you Florida has more talent than either one of those 2 teams. So I like, to me it's a non-starter, because you go, they have 2. We have 2 of our 3 losses are against teams we played 5 teams that could be in the playoffs. 4 of them are definitely in, and we're 2-2 in the 4 that are definitely in.
And the 2 losses are to teams that are going to have buys.
Yeah. So like I've seen this argument too, and I agree with this completely. It's not really an argument, but it's saying the thing the College Football Playoff Committee did was they backed themselves into a corner when they put Notre Dame where they did when at the first ranking, because they basically put it in, well, they're probably going to lose, so we'll move them back down. But if they don't, and you didn't realize, oh no, but they're not going to have another, like, we can stop saying Pitt's this really great quality win. Stop saying it. We've lost too many games this year. Stop saying that Pitt is, because they keeps going that a 4-loss Pitt now. So no, that's a great win though. It's a great win for Miami. It's a great win for Notre Dame. It's like, well, no, but if everybody good beat them, then it's not like they're not that level.
Yeah, this is where the difference in the conversation between Texas's quality wins,
yeah,
like Vanderbilt and Oklahoma and Texas A&M, should really have value over some of these other teams, like even Ole Miss, who the majority of their one of their big quality wins is number 4 LSU. Well, number 4 LSU ended up with a losing record and fired their head coach. Texas A&M, their quality wins are against a team that fired their head coach in LSU because they were so bad and they have a losing record, in Missouri, who ended up 7-5. If there's a difference, like Matt Leinert's comment,
yeah,
thank you for bringing that up, CB. Meathead of the day, Matt Leinart, honorary meathead at least. Notre Dame or Vanderbilt's not a top 10 win. They were number 9 when they played them, and they're number 12, 13 right now.
Okay. Also, by the way, Vandy was ranked ahead of us when we beat them, and they're ranked ahead of us now. So it's not like oh, we beat them and they dropped down the rankings. They just beat the crap out of Tennessee. Like, if you want to go, oh, it's a top 15. You know what? You know what's not a top 10 win? Notre Dame beating USC. Mm-hmm. That you're overranked because the Big Ten is so freaking shallow that they have to lift some of these teams up to make the Big Ten look better. But you weren't that good of a team. You didn't beat anybody good again. You got killed by Oregon. You get killed by Notre Dame. So that win doesn't count to me as a really good win, where Vandy has good wins on their schedule.
Yeah, they do. And they were really competitive in their 2 losses to Alabama and Texas.
Yeah. Like, that's a good team. But like, that's what also we look at it. We say, all right, do we look at that and say, all right, well, Vandy, we have a head-to-head against them. We have a head-to-head against Oklahoma. We have a head-to-head against A&M now. And those 3 are all ahead of us, even though we've beaten all 3 of those teams. I get it's hard to drop Vandy down much because they just beat Tennessee. I get that. But at some point, can the committee, this is really the giant question in the room. The elephant in the room is, can the committee change their mind on past rankings? Or whatever happened last week, we're basing it off of that. We're not starting over from scratch. We're not looking at what people are doing. We're saying week to week, if Vandy beat Tennessee and you beat A&M, how can we say you jump them? You go, because we beat them too.
Well, I think the committee can change their mind.
I hope they can. That's
and
our only chance.
Here's why I think that. Miami was ranked number 18 at 6-2 after losing to SMU with the first edition of the college football playoff rankings. Week 12, they didn't beat anybody, but Syracuse. They beat Syracuse. They moved up 3 spots.
We're gonna move up 2 for beating Georgia. Or for being A&M. It blows my mind. We're gonna move up 2 spots.
Then Miami moved up 2 more spots after beating NC State. And in the most recent rankings, they moved up another spot after beating Virginia Tech. So beating 3 really bad football teams moved them from 18 to 12. Whereas all Texas has done in the last 4 weeks is beat, or the last 5 weeks, is beat a top 10 Vanderbilt team and the number 3 team in the country in Texas A&M, which is the single best win that any team in the country has on their resume, bar none.
Oh, also, we're the only team who played Ohio State close.
The only team that played Ohio State within 3 scores.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm just, again, and I get that Georgia game looks bad. If you watch the game, it did not look good either. If you look at the box score of the first 3 quarters, we can say there's, but I'm like, again, it's about who'd you lose to and who'd you beat. No, and hey, I get it. I get the conversation is 3 losses. The bigger conversation now comes down to, are we rewarding teams for not scheduling hard non-conference?
The College Football Playoff Committee has come out and said that they value tough non-conference games and those kinds of things.
Yes.
Over almost everything else.
And so, like, the fact that a Utah may be ranked ahead of us is
insane.
Awful.
Here's the thing. If the committee punishes Texas for scheduling the Ohio State game and for keeping the Ohio State game, it is going to cause a chain reaction that every team who has a quality Power 4 conference team on their schedule in non-conference, like Texas with Ohio State and Alabama with Ohio State in a couple years, and all those games that people tune in to see, like they did week 1 in Columbus this year.
Yeah.
It's going to cause a chain reaction that's going to cause all of the Power 4 teams who are perennial college football playoff contenders to cancel those football games, and college football is going to lose tons of money.
Yeah. And so I think, and that's what we saw Sark today doing the rounds. We saw Sark going in and talking about it. And I'll play this clip real quick. This is Sark this morning, basically threatening the TV networks. Is what he's doing. He's going to the TV networks and goes, we had 16 million people watch our game. You're going to throw that away so you can put in Notre Dame. And you don't even own their contract. You need to go talk to your boys. You need to talk to this committee. And you need to figure out where it can be. But here's Sark this morning talking about the playoffs on ESPN. I believe it's on the SEC network. Is that what it is on?
Yeah, something like
a lot of different things throughout the season. And, I think there's part of, as you grow throughout a season, and we had a very unique one. When you think about, we played 5 top 10 ranked teams this season. But beyond that, we go 6-1 at the second half of our season. And after starting off 3-2, and of those 7 games, 4 of those teams were ranked in the top 10, and we went 3-1 in those games. And when you think about, hey, I know everyone wants to point to the Florida game, or we didn't play great against Mississippi State and Kentucky. Well, we also didn't play at home for 42 straight days either. And when you look at it on that front, I thought if a lot of teams were put in our shoes, what type of resiliency would they show to play the schedule that we played, to beat the teams that we beat? I think is obviously extremely impressive. Like I said, to go 3-1 in the second half of our season against 4 top 10 ranked opponents, and to go 3-2 on the season with the only other loss coming to Ohio State when we lose 14-7 the first game of the year, when we allegedly played terrible. When realistically we outgain them by over 150 yards, and we get stopped twice inside the 10, and still have the ball at the end of the game to try to go tie it or win it. when nobody else has played Ohio State within 3 scores, I think speaks to that as well. And so, ultimately, I'm proud of our team. I think these guys have showed a lot of grit, a lot of resiliency. They've responded, game in and game out. And the point being is this: hey, again, we can say we shouldn't have played that game or we shouldn't have lost that game. Teams are going to lose tough games throughout the season, but I think we can all agree we've gotten better as this season's gone on, and we've grown and we've become a better football team than we were at the start of the season. We've played 5 top 10 ranked teams, and we've beaten 3 of them. There's teams that are ranked in front of us that haven't played any top 10 ranked teams. And so my point to everybody is this about what your record is at the end, or is this about beating quality teams and showing how good of a team you really are by beating quality teams on the field? Or is it don't play good teams, put up a bunch of yards, put up a bunch of points, and make it look good? Throw fade route touchdowns with 38 seconds to go when you're ahead 31-7 so that the score looks better. So is the committee really watching the games, or are they just looking at a stat sheet at the end of the game to say, oh, well, they won by this many points, they must have played really good?
So there we go. That didn't include the part of where he also was saying we're going to have to look at scheduling games. If the committee says that game is the reason you're out because you be a 2-loss team, you be in without it. After you beat A&M, you're a 2-loss team, you're in because you've beaten 2 other playoff teams right now. You're in. So we would no one should schedule those games. You're saying that. And he basically says it in the fact of, hey, ESPN, you have the rights. Fox, you have the rights for these games. Do you want to get rid of them? You want to get rid of all those non-conference games where you make all that money in advertising? Because that's what you're going to do. And everyone's going to schedule. It's a bunch because the problem is, as long as Kurt Signetti is going to be around and as long as all those other guys and Lincoln Riley's and all those other coaches are going to be around, the fan bases are going to say, we'd rather watch bad football and have a chance to be in the playoffs than to watch good football and get penalized because we lose a game by 7 points. And somehow that's not as bad as losing to SMU and losing to Louisville.
Yep.
Somehow that's worse that we lost those games to Georgia and to Ohio State. So I get the arguments. I really do. Losses have to matter. That Florida game is terrible. I get it. I also see the other side of it. So it is tough. I do think that you want to get at least an explanation about it. He does take a straight up shot at Miami as well at the end of that clip, which you love, because Miami threw a spade to the sideline to score a touchdown at the end of the game against Pitt to run up the score more. And, it's like, it's fine. Miami's a really good football team. But they also, their big wins Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Other than that, they don't have any big wins. And they have losses that are not very good.
Look, first of all, I have a theory before I get into my Florida Ohio State conundrum thing. I'm wondering, genuinely wondering, and I've thought this for the last few weeks, I just really haven't said it out loud.
Yeah.
With the way that, some of these teams who haven't played anybody are above teams who have played much harder schedules and have better quality wins and all that stuff. I almost wonder if the College Football Playoff Committee is intentionally torpedoing these rankings so that they have an excuse to make a 16-team playoff.
Oh, yeah. No, of course they are.
I mean, it's kind of absurd that Utah is in these rankings at all. They haven't beaten a ranked team this year, and they're ranked above teams who have multiple top 10 wins.
Yeah. And again, because the reality is, it doesn't really solve any of the problems because, we wouldn't be having the argument, but Michigan right now would be like, well, we're a 3-loss team, but we lost to Ohio State. So we deserve to be in. And if it's 16 teams, and then it's going to go to 24, it's going to go to 36. No one is going to schedule non-conference. It's going to make football much worse as we continue to go through it. So there's just a lot of pieces in there that are frustrating about it, that you did beat 2 college football playoff teams right now. And yet there's teams who didn't play anybody, just didn't even play anybody who's in that level. And they're going to be able to get in or be ahead of you.
The only teams that they did play that are in that field, they lost to. a la Notre Dame.
Because like let's put it at the end of the day, Miami should be is ahead of Notre Dame in my opinion. Like that's a no-brainer. They beat them head to head.
Yeah,
Notre Dame doesn't have any really good wins. They're ahead of them. I think we're ahead of both of them. I think that's a bigger argument. Is Miami and Texas is a bigger argument than Texas and Notre Dame. Notre Dame it should just not be in the playoff right now. They just don't have the schedule. They didn't win the games early when they had to play those card games. They don't play a conference schedule where they were going to be put up against the bounds. And you can't even argue, well, like it's like Indiana where you're like, well, their schedule's easy, but they didn't pick the conference schedule. So we can't fault them for playing the lower half. Like we're doing with A&M. We can't fault A&M for playing the lower half of SEC. They didn't schedule it. The conference did. Notre Dame does not have that excuse.
And it's also not Texas A&M's fault that LSU and Missouri ended up not being what they thought we were going to, or we thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
Auburn wasn't what we thought they were going to be. I thought Auburn was going to be terrible, but like everybody else didn't think that for the most part. Here's the thing about like Joe's comment, cancel the Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame games. This isn't about that necessarily. It just brings a conversation to mind for me about this whole discourse on social media about we never should have played the Ohio State game. If we didn't schedule the Ohio State game, we would be in. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't think anybody, especially after beating Texas A&M, can argue that. And I don't blame you for thinking that way. But that's not the question. And I said this last week, I think.
Yeah.
You have to beat Florida. There is no excuse for you not beating Florida. They're a 3-9 football team or 4-8 football team.
Yeah.
Okay. The people who are sitting there saying, well, we lost to Florida, but we shouldn't have played Ohio State. Those are the people who, when they got in trouble when they were kids, blamed somebody else or made an excuse. If you don't beat the teams that you're supposed to beat, it doesn't matter. And I'm not saying that like scheduling Ohio State in terms of your college football playoff hopes was the best idea in the entire world, because it probably wasn't. But what a lot of people who are making this argument tend to forget is that Texas does not shy away from these things, and they never will.
Yeah.
CDC wants these games. He wants the challenge. He wants Texas to be on the same stage as Ohio State, as Michigan, as Notre Dame, not just because it brings the school tons and tons and tons of money, but because it's good for the brand of the University of Texas in general.
Mm-hmm.
That's never going to change.
Nope.
So you keep scheduling those games because you're Texas and it's in your freaking credo or whatever you want to call it. You schedule the toughest games because that's who you are and that's what it's always going to be.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm with you.
Beat Florida. And I know people hate it. Like I saw some people who I like a lot on social media being like, I'm blocking everybody that says just beat Florida. But just beat Florida.
I agree.
I don't care. They're a terrible football team.
And the argument too was, again, it's a Notre Dame argument. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois last year. And we all agreed last year they shouldn't have been in the playoffs because of it, and they played for a national championship. So I think that argument on that flip side is early losses should not matter as much as late losses and all of those things. In all reality, this is my true belief though. I agree with you. We shouldn't have lost to Florida. I don't think the Florida loss is what's keeping us out. I think it's a 3-loss team. And I think there's a bunch of people on the committee, like AP and like everything else, who do not watch football. They watch their conference, and that's it. So there is a lot of people who have not watched one ACC game, one SEC game, one Big 12 game, because they've only watched Big 10. And I think there's SEC people that haven't watched Big 10 or ACC. I think it works across that people watch their conference. And they maybe see highlights of other stuff, but they don't watch the games. And so there is no thought for any of that. And maybe they'll tune in to the Texas-Georgia game and go, oh, well, yeah, they're worse than Georgia. So I was right. They're a bad team. But I'm not going to watch the Vandy game. I'm not going to watch the A&M game. I'm not going to watch any of those. So the question is, how many people on Friday night sat down and watched Texas summarily dismiss Texas A&M, and maybe that changes their opinions on what this team is right now? Because I can tell you, I don't think a lot of the committee watched them play Vandy, hence why Vandy's ranked ahead of us. I don't think a lot of people watch Texas play some of these. I know they didn't watch the Mississippi State game. Because if they did, they turned it off before the comeback. Probably didn't watch the Kentucky game. So they can go, well, we saw the box scores and they weren't good. They didn't watch them. They didn't watch Arkansas game. They're not watching. They're seeing highlights. So that's where it's the flawed committee is if you're watching certain games and not others, and you're just taking name brands and then you're going off and saying a loss is a loss no matter. Your Georgia, Florida, and Ohio State losses are the same loss to us. That's where the problem lies.
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
And
And
the
that's
Florida
why
loss is bad.
people, it is bad. And that is why people are having the discussion. We should have canceled the Ohio State game.
Yeah.
And all these things, and we should cancel the future ones. The bottom line is, like I said a few minutes ago, if the committee ends up holding the Ohio State loss against Texas, whether it's, I mean, you could, they're probably going to get on there and say Florida over Ohio State is the reason. But the bottom line is you do have 3 losses. So one of those games is going to be the reason that you're out regardless. Because one of those 3 losses is the loss that is keeping you out of the playoff, correct?
Yeah.
So if you're going to punish Texas solely on the fact that they have 3 losses, then everything that you have been telling all of these teams since the 12-team college football playoff was implemented is a lie.
Yeah, that's the big piece.
And it's going to torpedo the college football playoff and turn it into a 16-team playoff.
Oh, it's going to be way more than 16 soon.
And all of these teams who are making you tons of money, like Michigan playing Oklahoma and Texas playing Ohio State and Florida State playing Alabama and Clemson playing LSU and Notre Dame playing Texas A&M, Miami playing Notre Dame, everybody's going to cancel those games. And you are going to lose billions of dollars.
Yeah. No, and I can tell you this, is you were right about the TV does want it to go to 16 games. They want more games of it because, again, the type of people who make a lot of these decisions for ESPN and Fox and everything else are not sports people. They're money people. And they just look at it and go, well, if we touch this, it doesn't affect that. And it will. They're just not thinking about it. So they're going to cost themselves a lot of money. Also, the Big Ten was why they keep pushing for 30-team playoffs and all of this stuff is because ESPN won't pay for all 30 games. So Fox can probably get some games in a 30-team playoff. They'll let conferences have their home games. They'll have those types of things. And Fox will get playoff games without having to compete with ESPN for the price. That's the reason. It's all about money. None of this is about football. It's very frustrating.
Here's my other thing. I mean, you're absolutely right, Jack. Like, what incentive does Alabama have to play that football game anymore if none of it matters?
Yeah.
Here's the bottom line. And I would challenge anybody in the chat, and I'll ask you this, Patrick.
Yeah.
Are there 12 better teams in college football than Texas? Actually, we'll take out the group of 5. So are there 11 teams that are better than Texas in college football right now?
No. Well, I mean, I can tell you there's 2 teams that I know are in there that we would beat again on a neutral site, which is we beat A&M again and we beat Oklahoma again.
And we would beat Vanderbilt again.
Yeah.
On a neutral
all
site.
3 of those teams ranked ahead of us, we would beat again on a neutral site.
And if you played that Ohio State Texas game 10 times, it's probably 5-5.
Yeah. No, I like that's the problem is that I agree with you. So it's because the entire argument for Notre Dame is it's an eye test thing, which is BS, because if it's an eye test thing, then the ratings change again. So again, like I it's hard for me to say Texas really deserves to be in this playoff above everybody else, because I do get the loss hurts. I get all those things. On the flip of that, the hypocrisy and lies that we were told and that they've sold everybody, that this is why we're doing the 12-team playoff and that those non-conference games and you can still be fine, that becomes just a pile of BS. And that's why it's frustrating, is because, hey guys, we're glad you're doing this game. But, and so it's frustrating because it is basically telling you, and like, especially with the SEC going to 9-game conference schedule, it's going to be tough. And right now it does feel like the Big Ten's probably going to get 5 teams in every year because they don't play anybody. And they insist, or they Their conference will stack schedules to give their best teams easier schedules. By the way, Penn State still sucked with that. But they stack them to give these to not have power teams have to play power teams every year. They don't give them 3 or 4 hard games in a year. I mean, they laid out the red carpet for Illinois this year, and that team sucked.
Yep.
It's crazy because you just in the SEC there aren't that many bad teams. You can't even get out of it, and we've seen now what the opponents are. It's not like it's going to be. I get it. Look, I get the Florida loss is bad. I'm aware the Florida loss is bad. My point is, if we were going to sit there and be realistic about counting wins and losses, I think we could look at Texas against some of these other teams, like a Utah, and say our 3 losses are much better than your 2. And our wins are way, 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 way better than your wins.
Texas has a better resume in terms of wins than Texas A&M and Texas Tech combined.
Yeah.
Probably equal to Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and Oregon combined. They have a better resume than Ole Miss. They have a better resume than Oklahoma. They have a better resume than Notre Dame. And they have a better resume than Alabama. And if you count that Ohio State loss against them, then you're keeping one of the 12 best teams in the country out of the tournament that is supposed to be the 12 best teams in college football.
But look,
and I don't care if Texas goes on the road and has to play Ole Miss and Oxford or Oklahoma and Norman or Texas A&M and Kyle Field or Oregon and Eugene. They might not win the game, but they deserve to be there.
Yeah. No, and look, I think that the reality of where I'm at is that Texas or Alabama deserves to have that last spot in the playoff. Yes. And that to me is the question. Then it comes down to a fully different argument, which is if Alabama loses in the SEC championship game, should that knock them out of the playoffs? That's another one.
Should.
But that's kind of the only line is where you're going, okay, Texas A and Alabama are not both making the playoffs.
No. Texas really needed Auburn to win that football game.
Yeah. So you just really need to find that path. I don't think it's there. And I think the only way you get there is conference championships mattering more, which if we're going to go ahead and say non-conference matters, conference championship games matter. Losses are losses, man. If we're saying losses are losses, then losses are losses. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I get the argument. I don't know there's any path for Texas to get into it. It's unfortunate because I do think this team's playing really good football at the end of the season. And I think you just had one lapse. I also think it really sucks that wide receiver for Florida played like 2 games and one of them was against us. Because they'd be a better team if he played the rest of the season. But at the end of the day, you can't lose that game. And that's what sucks because that's what makes college football. The only problem I have with it is that every other team in front of us, or like 6 or 7 teams in front of us, also lost that game and they're in.
Yeah.
And that's what's frustrating is like, well, you just lost to a team and I get their 4 wins, but come on. Like that team that team fell apart. It was a bad loss, but rough.
Texas would beat Alabama straight up. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
It would be a really interesting game because Alabama has their flaws for sure.
Here's something that is a very interesting idea that I saw on Twitter that will never happen, but it's something that would be fun to think about. What if there was a play-in game for the final spot?
With the group of 5 school, great. Let's do it for the group of 5 school.
Like, no matter which way you slice it. Like, I don't want Texas to play a play-in game necessarily, but you should limit the group of 5 for one thing to one playoff spot. Get rid of the 5 highest ranked conference champions because that was supposed to be a loophole way of saying, yeah, all 5 power schools get in. But Duke has thrown a wrench into this whole thing And there's no way that James Madison should be in this tournament ahead of Texas, Miami, Vanderbilt, BYU. There's no way. But it would be a lot of fun to see Texas play Alabama for a chance to get into the college football playoff. That's all I'm saying.
No, it wouldn't.
It would be a really fun game.
It would be a fun game. All right, we got to take a break real quick, Matt. We're going to come back. We'll keep going on this. We still got Texas basketball. We still have the NFL action over the weekend. Both the Cowboys and Texans showing signs of life later in the season. Apparently, all our teams are getting better, but it may be too late. This is just frustrating. But we'll get into all of that. Continue on the show here in about just 2.5 minutes here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym, 512-222-9328 is the text line number, or you can hit us up on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And, Bobby, that's really the thing that is throwing me off the most, man, is I think we're going to move up 2 to 3 spots. Then we drop 6 for losing to Georgia. I think we'll jump 2 or 3 for beating A&M. And that, to me, tells you all you need to know about the quality of your opponents not mattering. Because a loss to a really good Georgia team kills you, but a win against a really good A&M team doesn't help you in the same way. And
you know what's
just
odd?
It's just telling you to not schedule anybody. Just say stop playing good teams.
You know what's really odd?
What's that?
The simulated BCS
is like the same, or is it worse?
Is almost identical to the college football playoff standings.
I'm not surprised. There's a reason we got rid of the BCS too.
According to the simulated BCS standings, Texas would rise to number 14.
Yeah, there's a reason we got rid of it. It's because it is a flawed system. And the problem is, the main problem is you cannot trust the people who are on this committee. Once again, this is where I stand. We should let Vegas do it. We already let Vegas take over all our sports. We let them do everything. Vegas will tell you what will give us the best games, and then let them book it. Let them tell us who's in there because they'll go, oh, yeah, no, that team doesn't deserve to be in there. They're awful. That BYU is a 12.5-point dog to Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game. You're like, would Texas be a 12.5-point dog to Texas Tech? No. They'd be a dog. They would be a 12.5-point dog.
Yep.
So that Michigan gets left out, Jay. Michigan's way out to losing to Ohio State.
Yeah, Michigan doesn't deserve to be in. They haven't beaten. This is the whole thing that I think is being lost on all of these people. Michigan hasn't beaten anybody except for who? USC? Michigan's best wins are... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They don't have a win over a ranked team.
No, it is. I get the point, though. They beat Maryland and jump up 5 spots. And now part of this is kind of semantics because once we get up into this top 12, it's all the teams. It's really hard to move up in there because they don't want to move anybody down. But again, you've had several weeks to move Notre Dame down and move someone above them in good matchups, and you just refuse to do it. So I don't really. Yeah, look at Sooners last year, Sooner Cowboys. Y'all sucked last year. You're good again. It happens. College football. Some teams go up and down. Y'all, again, Sooner Cowboys. I'll just let you know. You can't laugh at us too much because you weren't on the chat for the next 3 weeks after you lost that game.
Longer than that, actually.
Yeah. So I'm going to say, you want to laugh at us, that's fine, but you got to temper it a little bit because you couldn't take your lumps when you got killed by Texas. When the Texas beat Elko.
Yeah. And so Texas beat you by 2 scores.
Beat you by 2 scores. We're a better team than you.
And if they played that game 10 times, Texas would win all 10 times.
Oh, yeah. We're such a better team than you. Yeah. Spain. We're a better team. So just if you want to talk trash, it's fine. But just let you know, we're still better than you. You have a better record because you played Michigan. We played Michigan last year. Beat the crap out of them too. Did that last year. All that being said, that it's frustrating because it is really that you get told one thing at the beginning of the year, and then at the end of the year, it seems to be a different rule set. It seems to be that this is just kind of glorified AP voting. That there's a lot of things where I just don't believe these people are watching enough football. And I get, you have other jobs. Go get somebody who watches more football. Again, why I say Vegas? Those dudes watch football. They break down the advanced analytics. They do all of these things instead of just being like, well, I saw 7 games last weekend, so I can pick the top 12 teams. Well, you didn't watch 12 games. You didn't even watch all the teams you're going to vote on. Seems harder to do.
Yeah. Sooner Cowboys, Mateer's just not a very good quarterback. They need to have a complete revamp of the committee and stop with this whole, well, we got 2 guys from the Big 12. We got 2 guys from the ACC. We got 2 guys from this. We got 2 guys from that. It needs to be a conglomerate of the sharpest minds in college football.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Saban, whoever else, former coaches, former players, people who actually understand and watch the football games. I can guarantee you, maybe Nick Saban doesn't watch the Texas-Kentucky game on Saturday, but he's probably watching it on Monday if that's what his job is. I got to evaluate this team. I'm sure as hell going to do it. Those are the kinds of people who need to be in charge of this thing, not the AD for the Big 12 being the chairman, and then that insane amount of bias comes into account.
Yes, I'm with you. No, I'm with you. No, and I get it. I get on the tech side, we get the people. It's like we want cupcakes next year, and we want. And look, I think you can still schedule decent teams. The one I would say is I wouldn't schedule Notre Dame anymore because clearly this committee has said Notre Dame has a advantage. And the fact they don't have to play in a conference championship game ever. Advantage. Can't take that loss. So I'll say out of all of that, I would say no one should schedule Notre Dame until the committee either punishes them or at least what makes the same rules as everybody else has to go through, or they get joined a conference. Because as of right now, just be like, no, everyone cancel that game. Like, make a group and say, guys, we're sorry. You got to schedule all group of 5 teams. You got to pay everybody to play it. You go undefeated every year, and no one will have any respect for you because you somehow are just getting handouts every year. You should have been in
Notre Dame basically has an automatic bid every season.
Yeah, and unless they lose 3 or 4 games, they lose 3 games, they'd still be ahead of us. By the way,
probably.
That's why it's frustrating. That is why it's frustrating. And then, this question on the line, which we said a little bit of, if Tech destroys BYU and Georgia destroys Bama, do both BYU and Bama fall out? And that's the one is, do all losses count, or did preseason non-conference or early season non-conference count more than late season non-conference? Because then Bama would have a loss to Florida State early in the season. They would have a loss to Georgia, and they have a win over Georgia. So we are scheduled you just go, well, because they had to play the extra game, do they get punished for that? And they've historically, that's kind of been a rule. We don't mess with that because we don't want to lose the conference championship games. But apparently all bets are off. I think if BYU loses to Texas Tech bad, there's no way they get in. I think that's an easy one to go. Well, we probably weren't going to put you in anyway. But we
they're
know
not in right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll see what they come out tomorrow night with. But it's rough. It's so it'll be we'll get mad about it on Wednesday, I'm sure. Again, we'll talk about it more tomorrow because it is the main topic right now is, okay, well, is there a chance? What is the percentage? What are it's a human element. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know that the committee could walk in and go, guys, we nailed it this season. I don't know what all the rest of you talk about. We nailed it. Notre Dame's great. All you other guys suck. And that's the way it is. So if that's what they do, then we all just go, it doesn't even matter. They picked who was in before we even got there. Because they, for whatever reason, don't like Texas. Like, I just don't get why you dropped us for beating Georgia that much. That's what I don't get.
Yeah.
For losing to Georgia.
Just one other real quick note. Sooner Cowboys. John Mateer threw more interceptions against LSU than Arch Manning has thrown since the Florida game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, believe me. It's what's funny is I heard someone reference John Mateer in a video the other day, and they were referencing him now as a bad quarterback. I was like, weren't you in the Heisman? It was good. He was good a few weeks ago, I'm pretty sure.
He wasn't playing anybody.
Yeah, that's we do. We did see over the weekend, during the break, because we've been off for a while, Matt, we did see Texas rebut after losing to Arizona State in just a really, really bad game that Texas played with over 60 free throws and, Dalen Swain missing 2 free throws, bounced back to win the next 2 games, including their first ranked win over number 23 NC State in a 102-97 game. This is a game that really, I don't think we can count on a bunch more of this happening because I think defenses will be much better than this. Jordan Pope had 28 points and led the way. I don't think that's going to happen a ton more for us this season, but it was really good to get a ranked win because that Arizona State loss was really going to kind of put you down, and now you feel like you're at least alive a little bit more because the offense started to play a little bit better. But they're going to have to keep picking up that defensive effort. They really need to be able to put together the complete game. And it still doesn't feel like they're quite there yet.
No, but it's nice to see them compete well against a, ranked power conference team. And the ACC is, not what it used to be in basketball. It's still a really good conference with a lot of really good teams. And it gives you hope that like Texas is going to be able to compete against the bottom, 8 to 9 teams in the SEC and compile some wins there. Obviously, they're not going to be able to replicate that kind of success with Jordan Pope on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to replicate a lot of the things that they did in that game on a nightly basis in the SEC, but they're going to be good enough to beat some of these other teams if they can do some of that stuff. And I think that that's really important. Like, if you win enough games in the SEC, like, if you go 500 in the SEC, then you're going to get into the tournament.
Yep. Now Texas has their next game. Again, is going to be another good one Wednesday against Virginia here in Austin. So that'll be another piece for Texas to figure out how they can respond coming back home. But it was really good to see them get that win because if they lose 2 out of 3 in that series, you're like, oh yeah, you're it's not a good team. It's going to take them a little bit, but they're going to definitely. You had your chance, Sooner Cowboys. You didn't beat us.
You haven't scored an offensive touchdown on Texas in 2 years. Shut up.
Come on. You had your shot.
Not actually shut up. I like you, but come on.
You had your shot. You lost to us. But it was good to see that over the weekend. And then, Matt, we saw in the NFL, both the Cowboys and the Texans get big wins over the weekend. The Cowboys come out and beat the Chiefs, Matt. This is a game I don't think either one of us really had the Cowboys being able to pull this one off. They're now 6-5-1. They are starting to push it a little bit more. They're able to get the 31-28 win in that game, play some defense down the stretch. Defense still not good, but they're playing better than they were. To only allow 28 to Kansas City feels like an improvement over what they were earlier this season. Have your viewpoint changed at all about Cowboys, or is it going to have to be like the complete push to get down there? Is just a little bit more of a change for you?
Oklahoma is not Texas's Super Bowl. Sooner Cowboys. I'm sorry. That's not even a thing. Anyway, yes, I'm proud of the Cowboys for beating a 500 football team who is on their way down and who has been playing really bad football. I'm not going to buy the Cowboys until they go into Detroit and win that football game.
That's Thursday, first of all. So you get a short week on this one. That you're actually on a full week, but it's a short week, but a full week because you played on Thursday. They played on Thursday as well. But they have not been playing as well late. They're 7-5. It's not like they're playing great.
Yeah, but yes, but I feel like that's a much tougher win to go into Detroit.
Yes.
Than playing the Chiefs at home.
I agree. Look, if they win that game, it really changes up the thought process because then it is Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all winnable games if you're beating the Lions and Detroit. And if you're beating. So I think it does change a little bit about what this team starts to do, that they do feel like they're starting to bond more, playing for each other a little bit more than they were probably earlier in the season. The offense is still looking really good. The defense is starting to not be as bad. And that seems to be the model to try and go in. I was talking to a friend about this, that I was like, Jerry Jones did trick us because now they were so bad to start the season. It feels like the goalpost have moved for them to be like, well, if they make the playoffs, it's a successful season, which is not the case.
He's really good about moving those goalposts, man.
But doesn't it feel like now you're like, well, if you just made the playoffs, we're like, wow, what a turnaround, what a good thing. But you're like, isn't it still the championship game? Isn't that the goal that's always been there? So the goalposts are moving. Like we talk about with Texas all the time, that you're like, where's the goalpost moving? Now that we're like, can we just get in the playoffs and see where we can go from there? But it does feel like you're like, okay, there's a chance, but also it does feel a little bit more like we still shouldn't be in this position. The Cowboys should have been able to win some of those games earlier. They shouldn't have played so poorly in some of those matchups, even though the Panthers clearly got some chutzpah in them. Yeah. Making Matt Stafford, just taking him out to woodshed, Matt Stafford, and maybe he ate too much turkey. I wasn't able to go out there and play that game. But it was an interesting win for the Cowboys to be able to get there, to be able to get the win over the Chiefs. It also kind of puts the Texans in a weird place because the Texans get the 20-16 win over the Colts. That defense is stagnating, and CJ Stroud was able to get it going enough offensively for them to be able to get that win. But now they play the Chiefs next week at Arrowhead. And that becomes a big one because now the Chiefs are pretty much kind of already out of it. They feel like they're on the back end, but maybe trying to fight for that spot. But that is a must-win, have-to-have-it game for the Chiefs, and it's at home. And for the Texans, this is the one where if you're going to say they could lose one more, this would be the one they could lose because they play the Cardinals, Raiders, Chargers, Colts at the end, and you really got to win all 4 of those. So if there's one more they could lose, it's this one. But if they can beat the Chiefs, it puts them in a better spot, much better spot to try and win that division.
Yeah. I think the Texans have a real shot, especially with CJ Stroud back. I know that he didn't play a fantastic game against the Colts.
Yeah.
But he's a better quarterback than Davis Mills. He gives you a real chance to win. And if your defense can play at that level, you're going to frustrate the hell out of the Chiefs. And you have a chance to win those last 4. Like, I could see the Texans going 5-0 in their last 5. 100%. It's just a matter of, can that offense be good enough to keep up with the Chiefs? I don't know. Like, I get that the Texans have the best defense in the NFL, but you got to be able to score points. The Chiefs do have a good defense.
They do. Spags has been there. That's been the guy that kind of picked him up when they had to lose so many offensive players.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing for the Cowboys and for the Texans is that there's just like 1 or 2 losses in there that they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
For the Cowboys, it's really the loss to the Cardinals for sure. And then you could argue like the Panthers game. If they didn't lose the Cardinals game, their season looks completely different right now. And that's just the unfortunate fact of the matter for them. Whereas for the Texans, sitting at 7-5, you're in a little bit better of a spot. Those losses, like the loss to the Rams, great. The loss to the Buccaneers, fine. You shouldn't have lost that Jags game. That was one of the most poorly played games by the Texans that we've seen in a while. All the other losses they have are to really good football teams.
Yeah.
Rams, Bucks, when the Bucks were healthy, by the way. Seahawks and Broncos. So, they absolutely could still be an 11-win football team.
Yeah, and I mean, that Jags one's also bigger because you do look at the standings now. And if you have that win, you're leading the division.
Yeah.
Like you've already come back and led the division if you have that one more win, because right now the Colts are at 8-4 and the Jags are at 8-4. You're a game back from them. You have another game with the Colts. The Colts have to play the Jags 2 more times. So the Colts and Jags play each other 2 more times. So you figure some losses are coming in there. The question is which team steps up. You kind of prefer the Colts to win one of them games at least, to at least split those 2, make the everybody's division records worse. But in all reality, the Texans have everything lined up for them. If they win this weekend at Arrowhead, then it really lines up where this could be a team that you say, yeah, you just played some good teams early. Nick Caley is still trying to figure out that offense. He's doing better now than he was doing earlier in the season. Which you expect from somebody who's never called plays before in their entire life, and has to come in and learn it. So it seems like they're going the right direction, but this one's a huge one, as it is for the Cowboys as well, playing the Lions on Thursday Night Football. But look, we know that the Texans had to be in that game on Thursday night last week, and they were able to do it. Thursday Night Football screwy enough. Anything could happen. So, Matt, there's still a shot, man. There's still a shot for that all-Texas Super Bowl coming up. You just got to have 75 more injuries across the NFL, and then we'll be good to go.
Yeah. The Cowboys aren't making the playoffs.
They could. They still could.
Could.
Remember, the Eagles are going to completely implode before the season's over. So they're, 2 games back from the Eagles right now, or a game and a half back, I guess?
They need the Eagles to drop a couple more.
Yeah. But we know that that win over the Eagles is really big. The Eagles play the Chargers, Raiders, Commanders, Bills, and Commanders. So you really need the Commanders to play some decent games here at the end. If Jaden Daniels comes back and then is able to play decently at the end, you need the Bills to still need that game at the end of the season at the Bills. But there's a realistic shot that they could lose 3 out of the last 5, but it's the Commanders. Now, granted, they could lose to the Chargers or the Raiders too. Who the hell knows how this Eagles team is going to respond? Because they are just, again, like the Eagles thing is bad. Like I'm sorry, the Eagles should fire Nick Sirianni at the end of the season, no matter what. I don't care if they win the Super Bowl. They should fire Nick Sirianni. The guy is a horrific head coach who completely leans on his coordinators. Because we have seen how up and down that team is, but between his coordinators, it doesn't feel like there's a lick of consistency between what he does and what those coordinators do. The reason why they're still anything is because Vic Fangio didn't leave. Vic Fangio is still their DC, so the defense had continuity and stayed, but Kellen Moore leaves. So Shane Steichen takes the Super Bowl, leaves, awful the next year. That was also, they had on defense, they had Matt Patricia on that defense. Remember when he came in at the last weeks and they were just terrible? But they hired the wrong coordinator. So I'm like, Nick Sirianni's been like 500 hiring coordinators. And then there's no consistency. If the coordinator is not good, then the whole team is just bad and falling apart. It's kind of like we look at Pittsburgh right now, and there's a new narrative kind of being formed about Pittsburgh at this point. And the new narrative is maybe Pittsburgh doesn't get all the craziest players. Maybe Pittsburgh creates the craziest players because Mike Tomlin makes people crazy.
That's a possibility.
So as good of a coach as Mike Tomlin has been, he has also seemed to shatter brains. Because it's just consistently, we see George Pickens go from a guy who's made out to be this complete lunatic to just being a good, fun teammate for the Cowboys, playing great football.
Yeah.
And you're like, is it that they're, scouting, they're like, Tomlin can handle these guys and we'll form them up? Or is it Mike Tomlin? Because this Aaron Rodgers Tomlin friendship seems to be starting to sour as they're having their problems. Which shocking. I know.
I'll tell you one thing. If you want to get your head coach fired and you're like, we need an excuse to get this guy fired, like we need to have a year where things just go absolutely balls to the wall crazy. Sign Aaron Rodgers to be your quarterback.
That's what they did. They literally just that was the game plan. And it seemed to work out for him because the Pittsburgh Steelers having their troubles now and people going after and asking Aaron Rodgers, and he's throwing his teammates under the bus. Shocking, I know, that he would throw his teammates under the bus. No one would see that coming.
Absolutely shocking. Nobody saw this coming this year whatsoever, did they, Patrick?
I don't know.
I mean, it wasn't either of us at the beginning of the year who said this was a horrible idea.
No, I think I said at the beginning, I was like, I don't know what else you're going to do, so it makes sense to do it, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
I get why you're doing it, but they get that loss to the Bills this weekend and not looking good where they're at. I
seem to remember saying before the season started, if they hire, I said basically what I said was, I think they want to fire Mike Tomlin, but I don't think they have an excuse to fire Mike Tomlin yet. So they're going to sign Aaron Rodgers and they're going to have a bad year. And Mike Tomlin it's going to give them the excuse to fire Mike Tomlin. And look what's happening.
Yes. Also, are the Broncos the luckiest team, the worst 10-win team, fightingest 10-win? Like, what do you put the Broncos after having to kick a last-second field goal and go to overtime, go to overtime and win in overtime 7-6, and have the luck that they have to come back and win this game against the Commanders?
Well, I mean, they're like the Eagles last year, or not the Eagles, the Chiefs last year.
Yeah,
they're just getting lucky in these one-score games.
I mean,
and that could take them all the way to the Super Bowl.
It could, because
they're going to run into a team that's just really good, and they're going to get crunched.
Yeah, no, I mean they're one of those teams that you just keep looking at and you're like, you can't keep winning games like this. And like at some point I keep expecting them to get better and start pulling away. They just every week is the same thing with them. We also saw what happened to your Rams.
Just had a bad game.
It's a bad game. The Panthers are a weird team, aren't they? They're going to win
Panthers
that division.
Beat good teams, man.
They're going to win that division. Like they're fighting with the Bucks. I would not have had that. I think Dave Canales is a really good coach, but like Bryce Young still doesn't really feel like he's the guy. And then he has some really good games, but he doesn't feel like the guy. And then Rico Dottle all of a sudden became a great player. You're like, it's nuts. The Bucks did get a win though as well, so they hold off the Panthers for right now. Panthers, who are 7-6, and the Bucks are 7-5.
Well, the Panthers have beaten the Cowboys, who are okay, the Packers, who are okay, and the Rams, who are good. They've also gotten blown out by the 49ers, the Bills, and the Patriots, and they lost to the Saints and the Cardinals. Like, they're the most Frankenstein monster team in the NFL.
And how about this? Guess who won another game this week? Miami Dolphins, man. They're 4
You know why?
They're 4-1 in their last 5
games?
games. What, they're playing nobodies?
No, because Quinn Ewers came in that one game and then they benched him. So now they've got.
That's what it was. They benched him, and
they benched Quinn Ewers, and now they're good.
Their next 3 weeks are the Jets, Steelers, and Bengals. Now, Bengals look better with Joe Burrow for sure. Because amazingly, you go put in, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, you look better. But yeah, if you just say they could win their next 2 and get back to 500 at 7-7.
That would be crazy.
And the whole we're going to keep Mike McDaniel for the rest of this year, and you're like, well, now what? Now, like, how do you go through that? How do you figure that out? Of this team bonding together and getting it figured out? But yeah, and I think some of their early losses as well, like those first 3 weeks, people got on them because they lost to the Colts and they lost to the Patriots. Those are really good teams now. So their first 3 games, they 0-3 were the Colts, Patriots, and Bills. Now the second 3, that was really the problem because that was Panthers, Chargers, and Browns. So that second
the Panthers who are going to win a division.
Panthers who win the division.
Chargers who might win a division.
They're there, and then the Browns.
And then the Browns. The Browns one was the real bad one.
Shedeur Sanders still starting, I believe, for the Browns. They're still going with him.
Yeah.
Greatest quarterback in the history of mankind. They lose 8-26. In that game, he was 16-25 for 149 and a touchdown as well in that game. Took 3 more sacks, but he has a touchdown. So
yeah, he does. 16 of 25, averaging 6 yards per completion. How far was that? How long was that touchdown pass?
I mean, the long was 34, so I'm going to go with that one.
It came in the second quarter. It was a 34-yard touchdown pass to Harold Fannin.
Yes. Dude, pay him all. Pay him. Come on, Browns. Pay the man.
By the way, completely off topic from the NFL. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is now coming to the defense of the Texas Longhorns in the college football playoff discussion, tweeting that these are the CFP principles. Texas is at the top of these criteria more than any other team on the bubble. Strength of schedule, head-to-head competition, comparative outcomes of common opponents, and other relevant factors such as unavailability of key players and coaches that may have affected the team's performance during the season or likely will affect its postseason performance.
As long as we keep Ted Cruz away from it, that dude kills teams, man.
Oh man, send him to the Aggies home playoff game, please.
Yeah, don't. That guy kills. That dude's the worst at just any team. He's like, go team. You're like, God dang it, man.
Wasn't he at the Cotton Bowl last year?
I think he was at the Cotton Bowl. I think he was at when Houston was in the Final Four.
Yeah,
he was there. He's been around. There's like a history of him ruining things. So
yeah, he was probably at the one game that Texas has beaten Oklahoma in the last 4 years too. Or the one game that Oklahoma has beaten Texas, rather, in the last 4 years.
We got to take a second break real quick. We'll come back, wrap it up, meathead of the day, and send you home here in just about 2.5 minutes here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. As we get to the end of the show here on a Monday afternoon. Hopefully this cold weather will start to warm up here in the next couple days so I can enjoy. This is after 5 days off, having like 40 degrees and kind of wet is not the day to really feel like getting back into the mood to do some work. This wasn't the best weather for me to try and feel, upward for today. But hopefully tomorrow we'll get a little bit better and a little more sun outside, and then we'll be ready. And then hopefully, Tuesday, tomorrow night, the college football committee will come out and go, guys, we got it wrong. We fixed it. Don't worry. Here's what's going to happen. And then we'll all be like, oh, okay, cool. That's great. It's great. Good job, guys.
Yeah. I think that at the end of the day, and I'm looking at this as an eternal optimist. So with that in mind, I'm probably going to be wrong. But I think at the end of the day, the College Football Playoff Committee is going to have to look at this and say, if we don't put Texas in this game, it was like I said earlier in the show, if we don't put Texas in this thing, everybody's going to cancel their tough out of non-conference games, and we are going to lose billions of dollars.
Well, and look, here's the reality. I think if they move Texas up to 11 or 12, really 11 is where you want, but like if you move up to 11, then there's at least the world of, okay, well, they moved up for winning a big game. What's going to piss me off is when they move up 2 freaking spots for beating the number 3 team in the country for the best win of the college football season, which I know Alabama would say they had the best win of the college football season. But one of those, he's like, you got to move up for beating A&M. You have to move up for doing it. I don't think they're going to do it, and that's what's really going to make me mad. I get if we're still out because it's too hard to move us up that many spots to put us in that, and let's go, okay, we'll have this conversation again after conference championship week. But if we're not even in the, there's no chance. There's zero chance you get in because we think that you're so bad behind everybody. Then that does say, not only should you not schedule these games, you should schedule nobody's because it does not matter. Like they are just looking at wins and losses. And a 3-loss team cannot be ahead of these 2-loss teams.
If Texas isn't in the top 12 of the straight rankings without all of the automatic qualifiers, then I think that's the conversation that happens. I think that's probably what's going to happen. I think if they get moved up to number 11, which is where I think they probably should be, and they're the first team out, which is where they probably should be, then after conference championship week, you could see some movement. They need to move Notre Dame below Alabama.
They do.
If they move Notre Dame below Alabama and they move Texas into the top 12, then we can have a legitimate conversation about this starting to look the way it's supposed to look.
I'm with you. Real quick before we get out of here, our meathead of the day, the video clip that I've enjoyed watching all weekend. It just makes me laugh every time.
We didn't play the way we needed to play. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh. Sorry.
It makes me laugh every time. It's a hilarious clip. It's funny because it's not really that bad. I don't want to see anybody get pain or anything, but the gosh, can we close the door? Geez, Willikers. Guys, I love it. It's just hilarious to me.
I'm not going to say anything about Mike Elko because I cover Texas A&M also. But I'm glad you enjoyed that clip.
It's some good stuff. Close the door. Come on. Let's be professional. I just thought this is just funny. It's just really funny after winning a rivalry game to have moments like that. All right. We're going to be back tomorrow. We'll talk more about the college football playoff. We'll talk more about this weekend and all the good stuff and what's next for Texas. We'll continue on all of that. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more